All right, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. It is 6:02 here on the 16th of May, 2025. We are monitoring developing thunderstorms across portions of North Texas and the Hill Country late this afternoon, with the most intense storms likely to create a bit of a ruckus over the next few hours as we deal with the potential of damaging winds, large hail, and heavy rainfall. May also have to deal with the potential for a brief tornado or two. At this point, have nothing that indicates tornado issues. Let's go ahead. We're going to pop on over to the high-res rapid refresh model. We're going to pop on over to our radars. Now, let's start off. We're going to start off with, me moving this a little to the right. We're going to start off looking at two severe storms down here in the Hill Country. And this is what we call splitting supercells. You can see we have two severe storms. Each of these are going to be moving at about 25 miles an hour. The first severe storm is going to be located on Highway 29, coming up to the west sides of Lake Buchanan, moving east at about 25 miles an hour. This thunderstorm is currently capable of producing quarter-size hail, that is 1 inch in diameter, along with wind gusts over 60 miles per hour. This storm's moving east at 25, which means on its current track, we expect this thunderstorm will make it to Buchanan Dam area around 6:20 p.m. and the city of Burnett around 6:40 to 6:45 p.m. as it rides east on Highway 29. This thunderstorm is capable of producing large hail and damaging wind gusts. The left split supercell, this one is going to be in southeastern portions of San Saba County. This is going to be near Chappelle, moving northeast at about 40 miles an hour. So this is a left split storm, and this one's moving more to the northeast at 30 to 40 miles per hour. This should place it near the community of La Meta around 6:40 p.m. this evening, remaining well northwest of Land Passes, but bringing the potential for quarter to paint palm ball size hail to Highway 183 and Highway 190 around La Meta at about 6:40 p.m. All right, making sure I got my chats open. Making sure we are good to go. So, those are the two storms down in the Hill Country. Again, we're not dealing with a lot of storms today. This is not going to be a day where everyone's going to be dealing with storms. Most of you will not, but we do need to keep an eye on the storms we do have materialize because they will have the potential to be problematic in the hail department. Speaking of which, this is probably going to be the most intense storm we're dealing with right now in the state of Texas. This is going to be a severe thunderstorm located near Crescent on Highway 377 northeast of Granbury near Highway 171. This is going to be a severe thunderstorm capable of producing quarter to perhaps golf ball size hail. And this storm is going to be moving more to the east. I realize the warning polygon suggests it's moving up towards Fort Worth, but it looks like it has taken a bit of a right-hand turn, and this is going to be moving towards northern Johnson County, meaning those of you from Godley to Joshua, Burleson to Briar Oaks. This is a thunderstorm that will be moving towards you over the next 30 minutes. This thunderstorm, again, is probably the most intense storm we're dealing with in the state of Texas at this point. The potential for at least quarter to golf ball size hail. You can see the hail indications on this thunderstorm are increasing rather markedly over the last several minutes. The radar suggests we could have hail much larger than quarter to golf ball size. But this storm, again, is moving east. Will be approaching the city of Burleson around 6:30 to 6:40 p.m., 6:25 to 6:35 near Crowley, Briar Oaks, about 6:30 to 6:40. This thunderstorm is also showing a little bit of a low-level signature northwest of Godley. You can see we have a little bit of an inflow notch back here on Highway 377 northeast of Granbury. Now, we don't have much low-level wind shear today, thankfully. That's going to keep the tornado threat very low, but it is not zero. And we're going to have to keep a close eye on this storm just in case it tries to interact with a boundary or use the very excessive amounts of low-level instability to produce maybe a spin-up tornado. There is a little bit of low-level rotation over here, so we're going to keep a close eye on it. But again, not a big tornado threat today. Hail, you bet your behind. Damaging winds, yes. We're not going to have many storms today, but again, just like the next several days, most folks aren't going to be dealing with storms. Those of you who do deal with storms, they're probably going to be quite intense. It's mid-May after all, and if you by chance stepped outside lately, you might notice it feels like you're in the Gulf. Well, guess what? That is jet fuel to these thunderstorms. So, let's go ahead. We've got another storm that's developing now over the east sides of Fort Worth. This is going to be moving east towards Arlington, pummeling Forest Hill, Dalworthington Gardens, Pantego, and downtown Fort Worth to the east side of Fort Worth with a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning right now. And there could be some small hail with this as well coming up on East Loop 820, probably north of Interstate 20 and a bit north of 287 along the East Loop, moving east towards Arlington and Pantego. Otherwise, a storm that we did have initially developed, the first one of the day up here in North Texas, has moved over the south sides of the DFW airport, is now moving east into University Park, but has dissipated. So that storm is not going to be an excessive issue for us. We are going to need to keep a close eye on this storm down here in the Godley area, moving along the Tarrant-Johnson-Hood County border as it moves east at about 30 to 35 miles an hour. Looks like, unfortunately, the large tornado that moved through the northwest side of St. Louis earlier, looks like news outlets are now confirming at least 4 dead from that, with a significant number of injuries. So again, 4 dead in the St. Louis tornado, it appears. We are monitoring trends. All right, so those of you asking, what's the tornado risk for tonight? Well, I'll happily tell you as soon as I can get it loaded. That is not today, that is tomorrow. Here is today's tornado risk. You can see the overall tornado threat for today and tonight is very low. We're not expecting a significant issue in terms of a tornado threat, but we are going to have the potential of some of these storms to produce very large hail, damaging winds, and the potential, maybe, is there a very low risk of a brief tornado. So we're going to be keeping a close eye on that as we progress through the evening hours. And again, right now, the storm we're watching most closely for indications of very large hail is this one in northwestern Johnson County, moving towards portions of Crowley, Benbrook, Burleson, Briar Oaks, and areas north of Godley. We'll go ahead and show you that here again on the high-res radar. Let me just reset this program real quick. There you go. So again, this is the storm that has quickly become a problem in the supercell department. This is going to be a pretty intense-looking thunderstorm now on Highway 377, just east of 377. This is moving towards far southern Tarrant and northern Johnson counties. This is going to be a nasty-looking storm that now has the potential of producing at least golf ball-size hail. All right, we've got a new severe thunderstorm warning down in parts of central Texas. We'll take a look at that in just a second. I'm actually a little curious as to why we're not getting audio coming in over the computer as it should be here, but all right. So that's going to be A severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be for the storm moving north-northeast towards Lametta and Avant. This will be a severe thunderstorm warning for a thunderstorm capable of producing quarter to half-dollar size hail, localized damaging winds over 60 miles an hour, and the potential for heavy rain and lightning. This storm should be near Lametta, probably around 6:30 to 6:35 p.m. All right, let me check my feeds, and Jason, let me know if we're expecting any streams today. So again, Lametta around 6:30 to 6:40 p.m. with that thunderstorm moving northeast. Those of you down on Highway 29 near Buchanan Dam, you can see you've got your own pretty supercell at this point. That could be producing quarter to ping pong ball size hail as it moves off to the east at about 30 miles an hour. In fact, we'll put a storm track on it. And given the sense I feel like I'm about to sneeze, you might be able to tell by my somewhat monotone voice. Yeah, the allergies are kicking my butt. So if I end up sneezing, my apologies. This will be near the city of Burnett around 6:45 p.m. Could have quarter to maybe ping pong ball size hail with it. That storm moving east, we'll have to see if it's able to make it towards the Florence area and Bertram. But again, that storm's moving at 25 to 30. We've got a storm over the east sides of Fort Worth, moving towards Arlington, Pantego, Dalworthington Gardens. That thunderstorm has the potential, if it ever loads. Hey, radar, could you be nice? This storm here, moving east towards Arlington, Grand Prairie, and eventually pretty much right down Interstate 30. That storm may require a severe thunderstorm warning soon if it continues to materialize and develop, but that storm could have some dime to nickel size hail right now over the East Loop as it moves east, roughly paralleling Interstate 30, moving towards Arlington, Highway 360, the President George Bush Turnpike, Jerryland, and all the other happy places that congregate themselves around Interstate 30 and Highway 360. All right. The most intense storm we're dealing with right now is going to be this supercell that is now in northwestern portions of Johnson County. This storm is moving off to the east at about 30 to 35 miles an hour with the potential of damaging wind gusts, large hail, heavy rain, and lightning. The storm could have golf ball size hail, maybe a bit larger than that, as it continues to move east. It looks like the storm itself just split, which means those of you up here on Highway 377, this storm is going to be moving up towards Benbrook. So we're going to have to keep a very close eye on that. So again, we've got two storms here. Let me zoom out a little. You'll be able to see it. We got Storm 1. We got Storm 2 here. Storm 1's riding up Highway 377 towards Benbrook. That could have quarter-size hail, maybe a bit larger. Storm 2 is going to be on Highway 171 northwest of Godley. That's going to be moving east towards Joshua, Briar Oaks, and Burleson with the potential of large hail, damaging winds, lightning. We do note there is a little bit of a appendage with this storm, a little bit of a low-level rotational signature trying to develop. Again, the overall tornado threat today is very low, but it is not completely zero. We'll have to watch out just in case this thing northwest of Godley attempts to do something. All right, so we have a severe thunderstorm warning for San Saba County in in Texas. I realize y'all can't hear these audible warnings coming across the stream right now. I don't know why, but I can at least hear them on my headphones, and I can tell you what's going on with that. So let me go ahead, share this link, and we are now live streaming this on our main weather stream that's always up 24/7. I actually realized maybe it'd be a good idea to cut this over there too. So if y'all were watching that, congrats, you're getting to watch us here now too. as I do a little bit of housekeeping. But again, I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. We're monitoring thunderstorms that are capable of producing large hail, strong winds, and lightning currently across parts of the DFW Metroplex, extending south into the hill country. In fact, let's just take a zoomed out look real quick. We'll take a look. I'll turn off the satellite because we don't need satellite to know we've got stormies, we don't need the satellite. You can see we've got thunderstorms that have initiated or developed pretty quickly this afternoon in the hill country around Llano. Those storms have now made it to near Buchanan Dam, moving towards Burnett, and then another storm southwest of Lometa, moving northeast towards Lometa pretty quickly. That storm, both those storms down here in the hill country, had the potential of quarter-size hail, 1 inch in diameter. Storm moving towards Lometa, moving northeast quickly. Storm moving towards Burnett, moving east. Meanwhile, this activity up here in the Metroplex, extending from roughly near Godley to Crowley to Fort Worth, the potential for quarter to golf ball size hail. Those storms are generally moving off to the east, with the exception of a storm near Benbrook that is moving northeast. We are starting to see a little bit of rotation with the storm west of Godley, though I continue to emphasize the overall tornado threat is very low this evening. It's not zero. Hail is going to be the main threat. This blue box of doom you see here on the map, that is a severe thunderstorm watch that goes through midnight across North Texas into portions of Central Texas and the hill country. These thunderstorms are capable of producing large hail, localized damaging winds. One element that makes storm chasing a little more difficult today, or even the visibility of storms, is if y'all have stepped outside, you realize it is thicker than pea soup. Another element is we have a considerable amount of agricultural burning underway in Mexico, and that smoke has been advected northeast into Texas, creating even more of a hazy environment, which makes spotting storms more difficult. So again, we have no tornado warnings. To be blunt, I don't think we're going to have many tornado warnings, if any, today. Severe thunderstorm warnings? Oh yeah, we're going to have hail. We're going to have some strong winds. It is going to be a hail-licious day across parts of North Texas. All right, let me check a couple things here. Just looking to see if we're going to have any Chaser live streams today. So, what we're going to be dealing with today, again, storms with hail. We're probably not going to have many storms. I want to emphasize we're not expecting to deal with a large number of storms. Most of y'all are not going to have storms today. In fact, a majority of the state's not going to even have rain today. We are going to have a few severe storms, meaning low number of storms, high impact. High impact meaning the most intense storms could drop up to softball size hail, damaging winds, and yeah, there is the non-zero threat of a tornado. No tornado warnings, and you know what? This is not a day where we have really favorable environments for tornadoes. Low-level wind shear is weak, but we have a large amount of low-level instability. And yeah, see that little hook near Godley? This is a pretty intense storm now, moving east along the Johnson-Tarrant County line. This storm's moving east towards Burleson, Briar Oaks, Rendon, Mansfield. This storm has the potential of at least golf ball size hail, if not larger. I'm going to do some housekeeping real quick. All right. So, again, this storm moving east towards Burleson by 6:30 to 6:40, Briar Oaks 35W around 6:35 to 6:45. The potential for at least golf ball size hail, localized damaging wind gusts, heavy rain. Yeah, we see that little appendage northwest of Godley. The good news is low-level wind shear is weak today. It's not completely zero. Neither is the tornado threat, but overall, the tornado threat is very low. Meaning, if we have a tornado issue today, it is likely to be short lived and what we call a mesoscale accident. We do have quite a bit of low level instability, which is why the tornado threat's not completely zero. Some municipalities may sound their outdoor warning sirens because we're dealing with hail larger than the size of golf balls. So there may be some sirens sounding today. And again, those are generally for those outdoors. Sorry, I'm just taking care of some business real quick. All right, so let's get back to, and again, we're blessed today that we don't have many storms to deal with, and, well, hopefully we won't have many storms that are producing significant issues. We have a storm perking up over Arlington now. This was over East Loop 820. Now it's going to be just east of the East Loop on Interstate 30. This is going to be a storm that may be becoming severe with quarter-size hail. That's going to be crossing over. I'll actually even put some roads on here. It's going to be crossing over Dottie Lynn Parkway and Interstate 30, about to cross over Green Oaks Boulevard and Interstate 30 as it moves east at about 25 miles an hour. This is moving towards the general vicinity of Six Flags over Texas, the ballpark in Arlington. I realize it hasn't been called that for years, but I don't care. Jerry World, Interstate 30, Highway 360, Interstate 30, the George Bush Turnpike, all of that. This storm could be starting to drop some nickel to quarter size hail. And again, a lot of cloud to ground lightning. That storm, again, may need a severe thunderstorm warning soon as it moves off to the east. And it's generally moving towards western Dallas County. Grand Prairie, Irving, you may be next up after Arlington with some hail threat. We have a severe thunderstorm. This is going to be located right now over the west sides of Burleson, just northeast of Godley. The hail from this right now is over County Road 915, Sky Road, Clark Street, east of Arizona Street here in northwestern Johnson County. It's going to be moving towards the Chisholm Trail Parkway. In fact, it's about to cross over the Chisholm Trail Parkway as it moves off to the east, east-northeast at about 25 miles an hour. It's going to be moving towards Briar Oaks, Burleson, Crowley. We have a separate hail core located in southwestern Tarrant County over the east sides of Benbrook. That'll be crossing over Bryant Irvin Road up towards Interstate 20 here in the next several minutes, moving towards Interstate 20 and Interstate 35W. The Edgecliff Village area, south side of Fort Worth. This storm is moving more to the northeast. This one's actually probably scooting up closer towards downtown. This is a left split supercell, so it's going to be riding up 35W, bringing south side of Fort Worth some heavy rain, maybe some hail, some nasty lightning for sure. And real quick, I do want to thank folks who have been sending in super chats and stickers on the YouTube channel. We definitely appreciate it. That's not needed, but hey, you know what? It does help us pay the monthly bills, so thank you for that support. We'll try to catch that as it occurs and give some shout-outs as we can. Otherwise, the storm over Godley is the most intense storm in the state right now, and you can see a little bit of a hook signature over Godley right now. That could be helping to mix down some stronger winds aloft with probably a wall cloud and some weak low-level rotation at this point. So we'll keep an eye on that, but the hail core itself is going to be located up on the Chisholm Trail Parkway, just south of Crowley, just north of Joshua, moving into Burleson, Briar Oaks, towards the Spinks Airport and that weather radar out there. So, and again, those storms moving east at about 20 to 30 miles an hour. Back down to the hill country, let's take a look at this storm. We got a storm west of Burnett on Highway 29, now just east of the Buchanan Dam, Lake Buchanan. That's moving east at about 30 miles an hour. The good news is this storm is showing indications of weakening. It's likely running into a stronger cap or lid on the atmosphere, and that is going to result in those thunderstorms, or that storm at least, weakening. So we'll keep an eye on that, but hopefully it does continue to be the case. The left split storm up here, approaching Lometa, Highway 190, where it splits off of Highway 183, is going to be moving northeast more quickly at about 40 miles an hour. This storm has the potential of quarter to maybe golf ball size hail, localized damaging wind gusts over 60 miles an hour, and heavy rain and lightning. This storm's going to be moving up towards Lometa in the next 5 minutes. As it continues moving northeast, it'll cross Highway 84 near Avant at about 7:10 to 7:20 p.m. with the potential of damaging winds, hail, heavy rain, and lightning. If that storm continues, it could eventually make it up to Highway 36 just east of Hamilton around 7:40 p.m. We do note a new thunderstorm is developing now just south-southwest of Llano. Like the earlier storms, if that storm is able to root itself into an unstable air mass, it could develop pretty quickly and start dropping hail south of Llano on Highway 16. So that's the Hill Country update. You can see, looking from the radar down in the Hill Country, Central Texas, this hail core with the storm near Joshua is quite intense. Zooming back in, you can see how we get a much more detailed look at this storm from the radar. It is literally about to hit with hail. Lometa, thank you. So, with that being said, this storm now over the Chisholm Trail Parkway. Let me see if we can't get a couple roads here. Near Roaring Creek Road, County Road 915, the Chisholm Trail Parkway. We'll be moving east and into the Burleson area here in the next 5 to 15 minutes. The potential for golf ball size hail, localized damaging winds over 60 miles an hour, heavy rainfall, and a ridiculous amount of cloud-to-ground lightning. And Robert Samora, congrats on your 12 months of membership here at the Texas Weather Center. Thanks for being a member. Just got a report of golf ball size hail out of Godley from DFW Scanner. This storm from Godley is dropping at least golf ball size hail. Going to be moving east at about 25 miles an hour to 30 miles an hour. It's going to be moving over the Chisholm Trail Parkway right about now near County Road 915. And we'll be crossing over Highway 174 near Burleson and in Burleson where it intersects with Interstate 35W. Burleson, Briar Oaks, and eventually Mansfield. Be ready. The potential for damaging hail, at least the size of golf balls, maybe a little bit bigger. As the storm moves east from near the Godley and Joshua areas east at 30 miles an hour. Those of you in Burleson, Briar Oaks, expect hail within the next 10 minutes. Those of you in Mansfield, the storm will be on your doorstep around 7 p.m. with the potential for at least golf ball size hail. We note the potential for maybe some dime to nickel size hail. Will go 1/2 inch to 3/4 of an inch in diameter with this thunderstorm over Interstate 30, just east of Green Oaks Boulevard now. It's going to be coming up to Randall Mill Street. Cooper Street, actually, is the north-south road there. Then Collins, and then Ballpark Way there around Globe Life Field. Or the ballpark in Arlington, is the very old timers remember. So I remember from the 90s going to the ballpark there, before they built the new one. So again, there could be some dime to nickel size hail with this storm moving off to the east at about 30 miles an hour. If it continues, those of you around Highway 360, Interstate 30. We'll be getting some hail. Smaller hail, but still hail. It'll then cross the President George Bush Turnpike a few minutes later near Interstate 30 before moving towards Irving. North side to Grand Prairie, eventually crossing over Loop 12 near Highway 356, south of 183, and then eventually it may make it up towards Dallas Love Field down to University Park, Highland Park, downtown Dallas in about 45 minutes. That is Storm 1. There's technically a little storm here in South Fort Worth that's so close to the radar we just can't see it well. That could have some small hail. And then we've got a severe storm over the Chisholm Trail Parkway moving off to the east at about 25 to 30 miles per hour. So, let's zoom back out. A lot of folks asking what's going on near you. The best answer I could give is probably nothing. We have, well, at this point, 2 to 3 thunderstorms in the hill country around Lomita to Burnett to Llano. Only one of those storms is severe. That's the one near Lomita, moving northeast pretty quickly. Yeah, we just got a picture out of Arlington of what looks to be at least quarter-size hail. That is not small hail. So, Arlington, heads up. We've got a report now of at least quarter-size hail with that storm near Interstate 30 and Collins. So, that storm's going to be moving east towards 360 and Interstate 30. Ballpark, the Six Flags Over Texas, etc. So heads up Arlington, quarter-size hail with that. We've got the storm near Lomita moving northeast towards Avant. That could have some quarter to ping pong ball size hail. And then we've got storms up here in DFW producing quarter to golf ball size hail. So, those of you in Austin, not a thing. San Antonio, not a thing. Houston, you're not getting things again. Tyler, nothing today. DFW, yeah, if you got one of these storms coming to say hello, you've got something, but otherwise, not too much. All right, we're going to take this opportunity, since my nose is stuffed up and it feels like it's about to start doing crazy stuff to my face. We're going to take some Sudafed. Yeah, the allergies are kicking my butt. I didn't have a voice 2 hours ago. It's a minor miracle I've got one now. So, if I can get this label open, which I may not. If I can't, it's okay. We'll just start another day. So, let's talk about what's going on. Let me turn the radar loop on here. And again, we're not dealing with tornadic storms right now. We're not dealing with any tornadoes in Texas. The overall tornado threat today is very low. We're dealing with storms with hail. Here's a radar loop over the last 30 minutes. You can see we've got a severe storm over portions of northern Johnson County. That storm is moving east towards Burleson, Joshua. Okay, new severe thunderstorm warning for Johnson, Ellis, Tarrant, Dallas counties. We'll talk about that in just a second. Thank you, Robert, for that report of ping pong ball size hail in Lomita. Appreciate that. All right, where is my water bottle? Better yet, where's my caffeine? All right, here's what we're going to do real quick. I'm going to be a bad person. Instead of drinking more water, I'm just going to drink caffeine. So I'm going to go grab that caffeine real quick. So you're just going to have to sit here for just a second. You're not going to hear me or see me for about 20 seconds. I'm going to run to the fridge and get caffeine. So I'll be right back in like 20 seconds. Enjoy the view of the ceiling fan. That's probably the only tornado-like motion we're going to see today in Texas. So, again, it's going to be a new severe thunderstorm warning. That's going to be for northern Johnson, southern Tarrant, northwestern Ellis, and southern Dallas counties until 7:30 p.m. It's going to be for a thunderstorm located over just east of the Chisholm Trail Parkway, coming up to 174 and Interstate 35 from Joshua to Briar Oaks to Burleson to Crowley, moving east at 25 miles an hour. We've had a report of $half size hail with this. It's a golf ball size hail northeast of Godley. And that storm's moving east at 25 miles an hour towards, eventually, those of you, I'm just going to read off some names here. In the next little while, Rendon, Retta, Briar Oaks, Lillian, Alvarado, Venus, Midlothian, Mansfield, Southern Arlington, Southwestern Cedar Hill, Joe Pool Lake, west sides of Waxahachie, areas north of Maypearl, and technically Ovilla. This will be a severe thunderstorm warning until 7:30 p.m. The potential for ping pong ball size hail, localized damaging wind gusts, heavy rain, lightning galore, and that's with this severe storm moving east at about 30 miles per hour. Just got a report of quarter-size hail in Crowley. Thank you, Navigating Crypto, for that. Shouldn't be any impact to the Rangers game since they're playing in an indoor facility. Thank you, Andy, for the report of small hail a few minutes ago near I-20 in Hewlin. Appreciate the hail reports, y'all. And all the reports. Just please be safe while giving them. All right. Probably shouldn't be taking Sudafed with a Celsius, but it is what it is. Assuming my girlfriend, who's currently on a learn abroad trip in Australia, sees that, she's probably going to message me and yell at me from 9,500 miles away, but that's one of the consequences of having technology that lets you do that now. All right, so Arlington, you're probably getting a good amount of wind right now. I'm going to switch over to what we call the Terminal Doppler Weather Radar. These were installed after the Delta 191 crash back in the 80s, 1986, I believe, that was caused by wind shear. This allows us to see some strong wind gusts better in the low levels. We're getting winds probably 30 to 40 miles an hour at least right now here in parts of Euless down to Arlington, Six Flags, the ballpark, Jerryland. So again, that's what we're seeing right there. Some pretty good winds with y'all. This storm could be dropping maybe up to nickel to quarter size hail. We had a report of quarter size hail over with this storm in Arlington about 10 minutes ago. And heavy rain with this, strong winds. And this storm overall is moving east right along Interstate 30 towards Grand Prairie, north side to Grand Prairie, Irving, moving towards downtown Dallas and University Park. No tornadoes. No tornado issues in Texas. No, nothing like that. We're just dealing with some hail, wind, and heavy rain. So again, storm over Interstate 30 and Highway 360 in Arlington moving east at about 25 to 30 miles an hour. That'll be moving generally towards north sides of Grand Prairie. 1985. Thank you, Frank. Irving, and then towards University Park, Highland Park, Dallas, and probably Love Field. So, those of you in Joshua up to Burleson, Briar Oaks, you've got a severe storm that could be dropping some quarter to ping pong, maybe even golf ball size hail. A lot of municipalities now are sounding their outdoor warning sirens for anything like golf ball size hail, 70 mile an hour winds, etc. Remember, outdoor warning sirens are not meant to be heard indoors, and they're not just for tornadoes. They're meant to warn folks that are outdoors that, hey, you should probably go indoors and find out what's going on. So that's why those outdoor warning sirens are sounded for more than just tornado warnings. Oh, my nose is going bonkers. All right. Yeah, boy, we got a full-fledged tornado outbreak ongoing in Indiana, parts of Kentucky right now, southeastern Missouri. Good gracious. We're lucky in that our low-level wind fields are much weaker. we're dealing with storms that have hail and rain versus, tornadoes. Samantha D, thank you kindly for that generous super chat. Really appreciate it. And yeah, I'm hoping I feel better soon. But, just a head cold, allergies. I'm fortunate it's not what I had last fall, which involved the vid. That was far more unpleasant. All right, so back into the hill country. We have one severe storm now just northeast of Lomita. We had a report of golf ball size hail out of that. This storm's going to be moving northeast towards Avant. Should be moving into town around 7:05 to 7:10 this evening as it moves northeast at 40 miles an hour. Could have quarter-size hail and maybe hail larger than quarters, along with damaging winds. And that storm, again, moving towards Avant from the Lomita area, north of Land Passes. It'll be crossing Highway 281 and Highway 84 near Avant around 7:05 to 7:10 p.m. with hail. If it continues, it may end up near Cranfield's Gap around 7:50 p.m., probably staying just east of Hamilton, but it'll be a close call. It'll be moving over Highway 36 around 7:30 p.m. Thank you, Beach Blumberry, for that super chat. Definitely appreciate the support. Cell that was producing large hail earlier near Buchanan Dam has moved east along Highway 29 towards Burnett and has weakened. It's no longer severe. Have a new storm that's gone up over Llano. That could have some lightning, some heavy rain, and some small hail with it. And again, if y'all haven't already, hit that like button on the video you're watching right now. It really helps us out. It's free, and it tells the magical YouTube peoples that, hey, we're worth watching. They'll show this live coverage to more folks, and we'll be able to get the weather information out, because we're going to be doing coverage again tomorrow. We'll probably be doing coverage on Sunday and Monday and Tuesday, because it's mid-May, and after an extended period of less active weather, stormies are back in the picture. So, let's talk about what we've got going on up here in the Metroplex. I'm going to loop this real quick. I'm going to try to get through this without having to go blow my nose. I'm going to have to at some point in the next few minutes, though. So here's the radar over the last half hour. You can see we've got storms. A couple storms here. We've got one storm over Arlington, moving towards Irving and Grand Prairie. We've got one storm over Burleson and Briar Oaks. That's moving towards Mansfield, Lillian, Midlothian, Venus, Southern Arlington, eventually towards Joe Pool Lake, Cedar Hill, down towards Midlothian and Venus. That storm has the potential of producing quarter to ping pong ball size hail, localized damaging wind gusts over 60 miles an hour. Storm over now the President George Bush Turnpike and Interstate 30. Could have nickel to maybe even quarter size hail. That's moving east at about 30 as well, towards, well, Cockrell Hill, west side to Dallas. Eventually, that's going to be moving probably very near or just north of downtown Dallas, so up towards Uptown, maybe just south of Love Field, and then eventually it'll be crossing over Interstate 35E, the Dallas North Tollway, and Highway 75, probably just south of Loop 12 there on the north side of town. So we'll be watching for that. Aaron, that's a good question. We could see some new storms continue to fire up in parts of north and central Texas through the mid-evening hours, but the general expectation is we'll see most storms start calming down after 9 to 11 p.m., but we can't rule out some activity continuing towards midnight and 1 a.m., though it would probably only be one or two storms we'd be dealing with. We're not expecting widespread storms over the next couple of days. Just days, well, thunderstorm potential over the next several days. All right. Here is what we're going to do really quick. I need to go blow my nose. So, very quickly, you're not going to hear me. We're just going to take a 2 to 3 minute break, and we'll be back here with continuing severe weather coverage in just a few minutes after I go dispose of all this crud that's attacking my head. So, we'll be right back. we're back. Sorry about that, but I didn't think y'all wanted to follow me to the magical land of blowing my nose. So we're just going to keep on doing our severe weather coverage here. And hopefully the nose spray I just took will save me and prevent me from going into some sort of a snotty rampage of doom. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. It's coming up to 6:50 p.m. here on the 16th of May, 2025. We're monitoring a few severe thunderstorms across parts of the Hill Country and North Texas this evening. By far, many of you in Texas are going to have a beautiful night, even if it is more humid than I would care for it to be. We're only dealing with, at this point, 3 to 4 storms. We're not going to have many storms this evening. This next several days will be, scattered storms. We're not doing a whole widespread, spaghetti-o sort of ordeal. Now, we will have more storms tomorrow, but overall, we are not going to be dealing with a significant, widespread, severe weather issue. All right, so let me go ahead and just tell you verbally what we've got going on. I'll loop it. Avant, you've got a severe storm heading your way. This storm produced golf ball size hail back in Lomita and is moving northeast pretty quickly. This thing's moving northeast at 40, so it's scooting along here. It'll be in Avant at about 7:05 to 7:10 p.m., so in the next 15 to 20 minutes. And y'all in Avant at Highway 84 and Highway 281 can expect maybe some hail up to the size of golf balls. This storm's moving northeast at 40. If it continues, it could make it to near Cranfill's Gap by 8 p.m., passing likely east of Hamilton on Highway 36. It's not a guarantee it'll make it that far north, though. Back up here, we've got a severe storm here in northern Johnson County. This storm could be producing golf ball size hail right now on Interstate 35W from Highway 174 down to just north of Highway 67 here on 35W in places like Burleson, Briar Oaks, down towards areas north of Alvarado. You can see this storm actually is moving more to the east-southeast now than northeast. The reason you're getting a bit of a distorted picture is the radar is right here. That's the little cone of silence, so we're looking very close to the radar. This storm is moving towards Lillian, Mansfield, Venus, and Midlothian, with the potential of golf ball size hail, strong wind gusts over 60 miles per hour. As this storm continues to move east, about 25 to 30 miles an hour, again, the potential for golf ball size hail. That is 1 3/4 inches in diameter, heavy rain, and the potential for frequent cloud-to-ground lightning, with the hail core right now over Briar Oaks and south sides of Burleson, just south of Highway 174 on Interstate 35W, moving towards Lillian, areas north of Highway 67 in northeastern Johnson County, Mansfield, Venus, and eventually this will be making it into Midlothian. This could be crossing Highway 67 around Highway 287 near Midlothian. Back up here in eastern Tarrant / now western Dallas County, this thunderstorm has the potential of producing dime to nickel, maybe even quarter-size hail as it moves off to the east at about 25 to 30 miles an hour. It is now east of the President George Bush Turnpike, moving towards Loop 12 and Interstate 30 here in West Dallas. Cockrell Hill, West Dallas, you'll begin in on it on the next 5 to 10 minutes with the potential of maybe some small hail, heavy rain, cloud-to-ground lightning. After that, it's moving towards Interstate 35E. Downtown Dallas, University Park, Highland Park. Probably staying just south of Dallas Love Field. If it continues, it'll be making its way towards East Dallas and eventually up towards the Garland area. Again, this storm is not technically severe. To be severe, you need to have quarter-size hail or larger. That's 1 inch in diameter or larger. Wind gusts of 58 miles an hour or higher. And tornado. Well, we're not doing tornadoes in Texas. We don't have quarter-size hail or larger with the storm right now. And the storm does not have winds of 58 miles an hour or higher, so it's not severe. Unfortunately, for those of you at DFW, it is disrupting the airport operations considerably. Same for Love Field. So, aviation interest, I'm afraid you're doomed for the evening here. And now airlines are going to have to spend the rest of the night trying to make up flights that have either been delayed, diverted, etc. So, again, this is what we're dealing with in Texas. You can see we've got a few storms. We technically have a few new storms going up around the Llano area west of Buchanan Dam. Those are not doing anything special right now besides dropping some pea-sized hail and strong winds and maybe some heavy rain, lightning. We'll keep an eye on them, though. So, again, this storm moving up towards Avant. Hail core actually seems to be getting stronger. Excuse me. It'll be at Avant around 7:10 p.m. with the potential maybe up to golf ball size hail as it moves northeast. Those of you in Cranfill's Gap to Hamilton, this storm could be in your vicinity after 7:30 p.m. It'll probably stay just east of Hamilton. Cranfill's Gap, if it continues, it may be there by about 7:55 to 8 p.m. And if it continues beyond that meridian, maybe 8:20 p.m. Otherwise, here's the storms at DFW. They are moving from west to east with the potential of this storm now in Briar Oaks moving towards Lillian, Alvarado, producing golf ball size hail, damaging straight line winds over 60 miles an hour, heavy rain. And again, let's actually do this. I want to show you. I mentioned how the radar here was giving us a distorted picture. Let me show you what this storm looks like from a radar farther away. Look at this hail core. This hail core has gone uh-oh. This thing's going really uh-oh. The hail core is taking off like a bat out of HE double hockey sticks with this thing. The radar out of the Abilene area suggests this thing's got baseballs flying around up in its updraft. Now, we don't think that's making it down to the surface right now, but the hail threat for Venus, Mansfield, Midlothian is definitely increasing. Midlothian, again, by 7:20 p.m., and if it continues, this could be crossing into Ovilla around 7:30 to 7:35 p.m., the Red Oak area, 7:45 p.m., and again, this has the potential of producing some real nasty hail. So again, that's why it's good to look in the low levels of the thunderstorm, but of course, we need to look up in elevation as well to see what's going on 40, 50,000 feet above the head. Above the head? How about above our heads? Because that's where the hail forms. So, again, the potential for some problematic hail with that. All right. So again, those of you in Mansfield, Venus, Lillian to Midlothian, heads up, the potential for damaging hail is increasing here. Northeastern Johnson County, northwestern Ellis County. Those of you in Midlothian, we're looking at about 7:20 to 7:25 p.m. Lillian, the next 10 minutes. Venus, if this doesn't stay just to your north, the next 10 minutes. After that, those of you in Ovilla, about 7:35 to 7:40 p.m. Glen Heights, 7:45 p.m. Red Oak, about 7:50 p.m. to 7:55 p.m. North sides of Waxahachie to Pecan Hill, here in northern Ellis County, about 7:50 p.m. The potential for thunderstorms to produce large hail to damaging hail, strong wind gusts. Cloud-to-ground lightning and heavy rainfall. And again, this is not a day where we're expecting tornado issues. The tornado threat is not zero, but it's pretty low. Let's play with my super-duper iPad over here. I'm just looking at some data. Pretty good wind near Lillian right now. And again, those of you around Lillian, FM 917, FM 2738, and then eventually 157, which is Cooper Street, y'all are going to have some issues with hail. As this storm continues moving east at about 30 miles an hour, and the hail core continues to intensify aloft. We're seeing indications from the radar out west that this thing could have hail in excess of the size of baseballs aloft. I want to mention aloft. They're probably not that big, making it down to the surface right now, but this does have the potential to drop quite a bit of significant hail in places like Venus, Midlothian, Mansfield as it moves east. Almost east-southeast now at 30 miles an hour. So those of you in Midlothian to Waxahachie to Ovilla, Red Oak, Pecan Hill, you need to prepare for a damaging hailstorm. You've got some time still, especially here from Red Oak to Waxahachie, to get your cars under some shelter. Midlothian, you don't have much time, but heads up, you got a hailer coming in. Those of you in West Dallas, this storm is much weaker, but still, we might have some small hail with this near Interstate 30 and Loop 12. Moving off towards downtown Dallas, moving off to the east at about 30 miles an hour. The potential for maybe some dime to nickel size hail, damaging winds, heavy rain and lightning. That'll be into downtown Dallas here by about 7 to 15 p.m. If it continues, it could be anywhere from Garland to Mesquite here on Interstate 635. On the east sides of Dallas County around 7:40 to 7:45 p.m. But again, here is a nasty, nasty little severe storm capable of producing at least golf ball sized hail, maybe up to tennis balls if it doesn't calm itself down here soon. Now near Lillian, Mansfield, just northeast of Alvarado, moving towards Venus and Midlothian. Is thunderstorm potentially producing golf ball, maybe even tennis ball size hail. In addition, we're now seeing winds up to 70 miles an hour just northeast of Alvarado, so this thing's starting to push out a lot of wind with it as well. This is going to be near County Road 604, coming up to FM 917. The potential for damaging hail and wind gusts near 70 miles an hour with this thunderstorm. This is moving towards Lillian and Venus. After that, it's going to be moving towards Midlothian and Waxahachie, Red Oak, Ovilla. So again, this storm, the potential for up to tennis ball size hail now and winds of 70 miles an hour. As it continues moving off to the east at about 30 miles an hour. So, again, those of you in Venus, Midlothian, prepare for a damaging hailstorm in the next 15 minutes. Waxahachie, Red Oak, Ovilla, Pecan Hill. You've got more time, but get ready. You could have some real big hail coming your way in the next 30 minutes. Again, this could now be producing up to tennis ball size hail as it moves off to the east at 30 miles an hour. So those of you in Midlothian, Venus, Lillian, south sides of Mansfield, you've got big hail heading your way. If y'all want to do us a big favor, help share this feed. If you've got folks out here, Midlothian, Waxahachie, northern Ellis County, northeast of Johnson County, let them know, hey, Baldy-in-Chief's live talking about storms heading your way with big hail. You can stay up to date with him. So just send them the live stream link. They can watch us on TV. They can watch us on their computer, their phone. I'll even throw in some interesting, humorous anecdotes. So, again, nasty size hail here over northeastern Johnson County, moving towards Venus, Midlothian, Waxahachie, moving towards the Midway Regional Airport here. Between Waxahachie and Midlothian, I used to plane spot there many a times. I chased there many a times. I mean, there were many days back in the 2010s where that airport was either getting hit by, 90-mile-an-hour winds, it was getting hit by baseball-sized hail, or in the case of December 26, 2015, EF3 tornado. So, let's move it towards Midway Regional Airport, Midlothian, and Venus. Let's go ahead and put a storm track on this, and we'll continue to monitor the timing elements. And I'm going to put it just ahead of where the radar shows that hail core right now, because I want to make sure we're encompassing the latest timeline. So, again, Midlothian, about 7:15 to 7:20. Venus, probably by 7:10. Waxahachie, we're looking at about 7:35 to 7:40 there at the intersection of 287 and Interstate 35E. Up in Ovilla, we're looking at about 7:30. We're looking at around 7:40 for Red Oak and Pecan Hill. After that, this could be moving towards Palmer here on Interstate 45 by 8 p.m. Anywhere from Ferris to Palmer to just north of Ennis near Garrett by 8 p.m. Again, this storm is currently capable of producing tennis ball size hail. Wind gusts of 60 to 70 miles an hour. There's a chance, unfortunately, some of that hail may be wind-driven, and that would exacerbate the threat of hail damage. So again, this is a severe storm, a nasty storm. Currently over Lillian, to just northeast of Alvarado, moving off to the east at 30 miles an hour. We just got a report that this storm dropped tennis ball size hail back in Godley at 6:16 p.m. By all indications, this storm is still easily capable of producing tennis ball size hail. Right now, with that worst of the hail core just near Lillian, moving towards Venus and Midlothian. So those of you in Midlothian and Venus, heads up. Tennis ball size hail, winds of 60 to 70 miles an hour are heading your way. Let's go back south, make sure we're not missing anything. We've got a severe storm coming up on the community of Avant here on Highway 281. This storm is capable of producing ping pong to golf ball size hail and winds of 60 miles an hour. Did I just read that right? They just put a dust storm warning now for the city of Chicago? All right, so the Weather Service just upgraded the severe thunderstorm warning for Cedar Hill to what's called a destructive severe thunderstorm warning, meaning a lot of y'all now have your cell phones going off. So I'll explain what that's about, and yeah, there's a dust storm warning for Chicago. I don't think I've ever seen that. So let me go back up here and explain what's going on. And yeah, we have some storms around Llano. Those could have small hail. The storm near Avant could still have quarter to ping pong ball size hail as it moves north-northeast at 40. Let's get back up here since we just had a lot of cell phones go off. This is a severe thunderstorm warning for northwestern Ellis, southwestern Dallas, northeastern Johnson counties. The National Weather Service is indicating this storm now has the potential of producing winds of 80 miles an hour and tennis ball size hail. The result is that your phones are going yippity, 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 boom, making it sound like the end of the world's coming for you. It's not, but this is a dangerous thunderstorm, so that's why your phones are going off here in Venus, Midlothian, Cedar Hill, DeSoto, Waxahachie, Mansfield, Glen Heights, Ovilla. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing hurricane-force winds over 80 miles an hour. The potential for tennis ball size hail with this dangerous thunderstorm now. Near Lillian, just northeast of Alvarado, moving towards Venus and Midlothian. So again, this is a dangerous thunderstorm that has the potential of producing wind-driven hurricane-force wind tennis ball-size hail as it moves east at about 25 to 30 miles an hour. This is a dangerous situation where we may have wind-driven hail, where the tennis ball-size hail is being driven by hurricane-force winds. This is how we end up having a lot of west and north-facing windows destroyed. So again, if you're in Venus down to Midlothian, or Midlothian down to Venus, I'd go ahead and treat this like a tornado. Go ahead and go to your tornado-safe locations. That's going to be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows, an emphasis on away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible for Midlothian down to Venus. Get away from west and north-facing windows. The potential for hurricane-force winds over 80 miles an hour and tennis ball-size hail being driven by those nasty winds. We want folks to be in a safe place and not to be injured by any sort of wind-driven hail that could break windows. So again, if you're watching, you got folks in this area, make sure they're watching us here on the Texas Storm Chasers. Let them know that, hey, Baldy-in-Chief's talking about you. You've got a nasty, severe storm heading your way. You can watch us live here on the Texas Storm Chasers. You can watch us live on TexasStormChasers.com and in the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. So, again, let's talk about the storm in Dallas. We got a storm, Cockrell Hill, south side of downtown Dallas. That could have some nickel-size hail. Moving east at about 25 miles an hour. That'll be moving across Interstate 35E now towards Interstate 45 there on Illinois Avenue. After that, it's going to cross over 175 and Loop 12, moving towards Bulk Springs, Mesquite, and Sunnyvale. The potential for lightning, heavy rain, small hail, and gusty winds. Eventually, the storm in Mesquite by about 7:35, 40 by 7:50 to 7:55, Bulk Springs 7:35. Severe storm capable of producing hurricane-force winds and tennis ball-size hail. Now, from just north of Venus to just west of Midlothian. Midlothian hail core will be in town by about 7:20 p.m. After that, this storm is making a beeline for the city of Waxahachie to Red Oak. Ovilla, this could be near you by 7:30 to 7:35 p.m. Waxahachie about 7:40 p.m. Red Oak, 7:40 to 7:45 p.m. The potential for hurricane force winds over 80 miles an hour. The potential for tennis ball size hail. A lot of lightning, so very strong winds, heavy rain, and a lot of lightning. Down here in portions of the hill country, we have a storm coming up to Avant. This storm on Highway 84 and Highway 281 is capable of producing maybe some quarter to ping pong ball size hail as it moves off to the northeast at 30 miles an hour. It looks like that intensity has come down a bit. If it continues, it's going to be making its way up towards the Cranfills Gap area by about 8 p.m. if that storm does not dissipate, and there's a chance it may dissipate. Back out here in the hill country, Llano County, out towards areas of Buchanan Dam, Lake Buchanan, west of Burnett, we've got a thunderstorm capable of producing maybe some nickel to quarter size hail just southwest of Llano. That'll be moving northeast into town shortly. If that intensifies, y'all in Llano may get a quick round of pocket change size hail, heavy rain. And otherwise, we don't have any other storms ongoing down here right now. I'll go ahead and put a loop on this. And again, we don't expect many storms this afternoon and evening, so most of you are not going to be dealing with issues. Nevertheless, we'll have to keep an eye on these new developing storms around Llano, just in case they try to do some mischievous behavior as they continue to develop and move northeast. And we will be keeping a close eye on them, that is for sure. So you can see how this storm near Avant is weakening pretty quickly. That's good. You can see how, unfortunately, the storm near Venus, Midlothian, has actually intensified. We've got that storm just south of downtown Dallas. I could have small hail. It looks like we've got a shower developing back over Alvarado and Joshua in northern Johnson County. That storm's not severe right now. Nasty looking storm here again near Venus. Hail core now just east of Lillian. Lillian, you're clear. Briar Oaks, Burleson, you're clear from this storm. Venus to Midlothian, worst is coming into town now. I think the worst of the hail may stay just west and south of Midlothian. And this is generally making a beeline towards Waxahachie now, as it moves off to the east-southeast at about 30 miles an hour. Looks like that storm around Llano is now severe warned for quarter-size hail and wind gusts to 60. So again, Waxahachie by 7:35 to 7:40 p.m. Midlothian, and the next 15 minutes, really 5 to 15 minutes. Those of you in Glen Heights, this may stay just south of you now, at least the hail part of it. Those of you in Ovilla, same story. It may stay just south of you, but I'm not ready to say that for sure. Ferris down to Ennis, y'all be ready for hail by 8 p.m. With this thunderstorm as it continues moving east-southeast, as it continues to kind of turn a little right of the mean flow. Back up here near downtown Dallas, just south of the Trinity River, or on the Trinity River, just south of the Mixmaster now. This storm's moving off to the east at about 25 to 30 miles an hour towards Mesquite, Bulk Springs, Sunnyvale, Forney. Over the next hour, as it moves east at about 25 miles an hour, there could be some nickel-size hail with that. That is just under 1 inch in diameter. That storm right now is not severe, but if it intensifies at all, we're going to have an issue. Those of you in Duncanville, guess what? You're getting some rain, but no hail. Just getting some rain right now in southern Dallas County. All right, so again, Midlothian, right now, hail core passing over Highway 67. We'll get the radar update from that in just a second. You can see now, nasty hail core near Venus coming up on Highway 67. That is going to be crossing over near V.V. Jones Road, Miller Road. I believe that is going to be just southwest of the industrial areas down there. And if I cut out, my apologies. If it does that, it should only do it for a second. My Ethernet connection's been going in and out. but I'm also running on a Wi-Fi connection as well, so it'll redundantly pop over to that if we have issues arise. So we'll keep an eye out for that. But again, those of you Venus up to Midlothian on Highway 67 on the Johnson-Ellis County line, the thunderstorm will continue moving off to the east-southeast pretty quickly. And again, we're live streaming here on YouTube, the Texas Storm Chasers website, and the Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. We're not live streaming on Facebook or anything. To be honest, it's just not really conducive for live streamers, content creators. So we'll do that if we have tornado warnings, just for the life safety element. But otherwise, our primary platform is YouTube, our website, and mobile app. So if you've got folks who may watch us on Facebook, hey, tell them to find us over here on YouTube, our website, and of course in our free mobile app. We'll zoom out to the statewide view. I'm actually going to have to reset this program real quick. You'll get to look at my beautiful desktop. One of my 8 million monitors. Just 8 monitors, not 8 million, but pretty satellite view, isn't it? We'll switch this back over to true color. You can see how thunderstorms have erupted this afternoon and evening. This activity continues to move off to, well, technically the storm that is near Avant is moving up towards Hamilton, Grand Falls Gap, Jonesboro, Meridian, Iredell, East Tahoe, or Haco. You can see that overshooting top on satellite. You can see we have new thunderstorms that have erupted around Llano now. Those storms up to just south of Lampasas are now considered severe with quarter-size hail. And then we've got this nasty thunderstorm up here in southern DFW now moving into Ellis County. You can see how that storm was moving northeast, then east, and now it's turned east-southeast, riding down Highway 287 towards, well, the Midlothian area, and now eventually towards Waxahachie. So, again, 95% of the state, if not more, I'd say probably 97% of Texas, there is not a thing to deal with this evening. And that's going to continue to be the general case, as we're not expecting many storms this evening. I don't know if we're even going to have many more storms develop after 8 to 9 p.m. We're just going to have to deal with the storms we have. But the storms we have are going to have a pretty good chance of producing large hail, damaging winds, heavy rain, and lightning. The overall tornado threat is very low. Thank you, Beverly, for that report of nickel-sized hail in Cedar Hill. All right, let's get back to it. So again, if you want to keep an eye on the sky with storms in your area across the country, up in Indiana, for example, where, we've got tornado outbreak galore, you can see we've got tornado warnings right now up in parts of Arkansas, Kentucky, Indiana, Illinois, moving towards Ohio. We've got a tornado outbreak. You can watch all that in our free interactive weather radar on our website, texasstormchasers.com/radar. And of course, you can also do the same thing, the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. We've actually got chasers up here today. We posted a tornado shot earlier in the Boot Heel of Missouri. They're moving into Illinois and Indiana now. We in Texas, we have hail. So, DFW area, we might see another storm or two develop behind this activity, but we're not expecting a significant redevelopment to occur. Let's zoom back into the high-res radar, and we've got a strong storm producing maybe some nickel-size hail just southeast of downtown Dallas now. Southeast Dallas, Dallas Fire Station number 23's area, here off 175, just north of Loop 12. Technically, I guess that's 59's first due area as well, moving towards 34's first due, and now you know I'm a fire buff. After that, this storm's going to be moving across southeast Dallas towards Bulk Springs and Mesquite, who encrypted their fire channels years ago. Very shameful. And then that activity's moving out towards 40 and Terrell. And that storm could have some nickel-sized hail and gusty winds of 50 miles an hour and heavy rain. Again, 40 by about 7:45 p.m., 7:30 7:35 to 7:45 Terrell by about 8:15 p.m. if that storm continues. Down here, Midlothian to Venus, worst of the hail. Now, just southeast of Highway 67. It's going to be moving down Highway 287 towards Waxahachie. Waxahachie, the potential for damaging hail and strong winds will approach town by 7:40 p.m. So we're saying about 20 minutes from now. Those of you, well, if the storm's accelerating, it may be even less. So let's just say in the next 10 minutes, 7:30 to 7:35 p.m. with that thunderstorm. We have a couple showers that have redeveloped from near Joshua to Lillian. Those are not severe. They're just producing some brief rain. We'll see if they start shooting out any lightning. So, those of you on Highway 287 from Midlothian towards Midway Regional Airport down to Waxahachie, you've got hail issues. You could have up to tennis ball size hail in the next several minutes as that storm continues moving east-southeast at 30 to 35 miles an hour. Waxahachie, 7:30 to 7:35 p.m. San Antonio's not getting any storms today. Probably not tomorrow either. Where's my caffeine? So, those of you in Waxahachie, hail will be entering town in the next 10 minutes to 13 minutes. Worst of the hail, staying south of Ovella, south of Glen Heights, south of Red Oak now, as this storm's trended a little further to the southeast. That will increase the threat to Garrett, Ennis, maybe even Palmer. We're still getting some rain, maybe some small hail up here in Cedar Hill, DeSoto, Glen Heights, Red Oak, Ovilla, but the worst of the hail, which could be golf ball to tennis ball, probably now just south of Midlothian, south sides of Midlothian, moving towards the Midway Regional Airport and Waxahachie. After that, it'll continue moving down Highway 287 towards Garrett and Ennis. That storm kind of accelerating now to the southeast. At times, the storm has been putting out microbursts with wind gusts over 60, 70, even 80 miles an hour. Back down to central Texas. Here you go. We got a severe storm now northeast of Avant, moving northeast at 40 miles an hour towards Cranfill's Gap. This storm, Cranfill's Gap, 7:45 to 7:50 p.m. We're down riding up Highway 22 towards Meridian, where it could arrive by 8:10 to 8:15 p.m. this evening, with maybe some quarter-size hail and strong winds. We now have a new little cluster of severe storms that has materialized down here in Llano County to near Lake Buchanan. This activity could be now dropping hail up to the size of quarters, 1 inch in diameter. That sure beats the DVD size hail we had a couple weeks ago. We could also have some winds over 60 miles an hour. This activity is generally moving off to the east, northeast at 30 miles an hour. We'll keep an eye on it. If it continues, it may approach land passes. Just got a report from Colby Jarrett of quarter-size hail in North Midlothian, so that lines up with what we're seeing. The hail, unfortunately, is probably much larger than south of Midlothian, down here, south sides of Midlothian, moving down Highway 287 towards Business 287, where it breaks off there. The shopping centers along 287, this area, southeast of Midlothian, and eventually the Midway Regional Airport towards northwest sides of Waxahachie. This will be moving into Waxahachie, and this activity will keep moving southeast at about 30 to 35 miles an hour. Moses S., thank you for that super chat. And as for Forney, good news is, well, you do have a storm heading your way. This storm near Mesquite and Bulk Springs is heading your way at about 30 miles an hour. You might get some nickel-size hail out of that. That's about 0.88 inches in diameter. But at this point, this storm is not severe. The hail sizes are small, so you're going to get a quick round of heavy rain, maybe some cloud-to-ground lightning, maybe some small hail, but it'll be out of there pretty quickly. I suspect it'll be in town the next 20 minutes, but as it continues moving east at 30, should be out of there by 8:15, probably leading to a pretty nice sunset. Those of you that are west of these storms at DFW, by the way, keep an eye out to the east as sunset approaches. It could be very beautifully lit up thunderstorms to your east. It could be a beautiful sunset. So, thank you for that super chat once again. We appreciate it. All right, let me take a look at some of these. All right. I didn't mean to hit that button, but I guess it's a good enough time as any to take a look at what we've got going on over the last couple of hours. Turn off the satellite, and you can see, yeah, we've got some storms that have materialized here across North Texas, Central Texas. We're not dealing with many. At this point, we continue to have, what, four? We've got two in North Texas. We've got two in the hill country, though the one around Llano is more of a little cluster. But most of these storms moving northeast at 30 in the hill country. Storms in North Texas are moving east at about 30. All these storms could have maybe nickel to golf ball size hail. The storm near Midlothian, moving southeast towards Waxahachie, could have hail, maybe golf ball to tennis balls. And that storm's actually even trying to intensify further right now, according to the radar. And it looks like we're getting a new severe thunderstorm warning for that now. And you can see a pretty long lead time warning with that. And real quick, K Coffee, thank you very kindly for that generous super chat. We appreciate it. And it definitely will help me go buy some cough drops after this. Saby C, thanks for becoming a member here as well. We appreciate it. Thanks for the support, everyone. All right, so this is going to be a new severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be for a thunderstorm located halfway between Midlothian and Waxahachie, moving down Highway 287 towards Waxahachie. This severe thunderstorm warning is until 8:30 p.m. This does run all the way east to almost Kemp and Gun Barrel City. This includes places like Ennis, Bardwell, Alma, Rice, Garrett, Palmer, Trumbull here on Interstate 45. We've got this activity on Interstate 35E from Red Oak to Waxahachie. Those of you on 35E, you're going to be getting it here in the next 5 minutes to 10 minutes. Interstate 45, closer to 7:50 to 8 p.m. And then those of you in western portions of Henderson and Kaufman counties, we're still probably looking closer to 8:30 p.m. But again, this storm continues to produce golf ball size hail. At times, it's been up to tennis ball size hail. Localized damaging wind gusts over 70 miles an hour. And heavy rain and lightning. Again, this is the strongest storm by far. Now, I'll show you what else we have going on. This storm northern Llano is intensifying a bit. We got a pretty good hail core in 71 now, just southeast of Llano here in eastern Llano County. That's moving towards Buchanan Dam and Lake Buchanan. Hail may be up to golf balls there now. That storm's moving northeast towards Lake Buchanan. It'll be there by 7:50. Northern section of this little storm, which may have quarter-size hail over the north sides of Lake Buchanan right now, moving towards Lampasas. It could be in Lampasas by 8:20 p.m. if it actually makes it there. We've got this storm well northeast of Avant now, crossing Highway 36, probably about 10 miles southeast of Hamilton. That's going to be crossing over Highway 22 as it moves northeast quickly at 40 miles an hour. Near Cranfill's Gap by about 7:50 p.m. Meridian by 8:15 p.m. here on Highway 281 between Iredell and Meridian around 8:10 to 8:15. Highway 144 around Walnut Springs at 8:20 p.m. And Morgan on Highway 174 around 8:25 to 8:30 p.m. this evening. We do note a new storm is starting to intensify slowly here over Briar Oaks, Joshua, Burleson. Let me switch to the Dias radar. Not seeing any indications of hail with that yet, but it is starting to shoot off lightning. And there might be maybe some pea-sized hail with this. So again, a new storm going up here in Burleson, Briar Oaks. That could be making its way towards Mansfield with small hail. And then you can see this big, bad, very mad supercell approaching city of Waxahachie. Now, those of you astute weather watchers may note, yes, we do have a hook echo here with this thunderstorm, but we also have an outflow boundary. Let me show you that outflow boundary here. In fact, let me use this. I'm going to switch you over to my super duper awesome radar, which is just not as visually appealing to y'all. This outflow boundary extends just ahead of this hook echo. And the reason I mention that is this outflow boundary is cutting off the low-level inflow into this storm. If that hook is able to catch up to or ingest that boundary, the threat of a brief spin-up tornado might increase a little bit. But for now, that's why we're not concerned about a tornado risk with this storm at the moment. That and low-level wind shear is very weak. Tornado threat remains very low. It's not zero, but it's very low. Have reported ping-pong ball-size hail about 4 miles south of Midlothian. That makes sense. We had a report of quarter-size hail back in Venus a little earlier, and this storm is entering the city of Waxahachie now. The potential for quarter to golf ball size hail and perhaps winds of 60 to 70 miles per hour. And very quickly, let me go ahead and show you what the Storm Prediction Center just issued. This is a mesoscale discussion. This is going to essentially be a short-term update that helps us as weather forecasters, meteorologists, and storm chasers keep updated on the short-term situational intensity trends. As you can see, they are expecting thunderstorms to persist for the next several hours across portions of central Texas, North Texas, and we may eventually see some storms up in the Arklatex. You can see, somewhat new, this is new for this spring, most probable peak intensity we're looking at, the strongest storms could have up to softball-size hail, 65 to 80 mile an hour winds. The tornado threat, again, very low, looking very weak this evening. That's good. That doesn't mean the tornado threat is zero, but the potential for a tornado is at least very low. Oh. All right, what else we got going on? So, again, Waxahachie, it's coming into town now. Y'all in Waxahachie are about to get hail. And again, hey, Annetta Aline, thanks for becoming a member here on the Texas Weather Center. Thanks for your support. We appreciate it. Down here in the Hill Country, we got this storm coming up towards areas just southeast of Hamilton. I may be, or may not about to be, to sneeze. If I sneeze, I'm sorry. This storm crossing Highway 36, several miles southeast of Hamilton, moving northeast towards Highway 22 and Cranfill's Gap. Those of you in Cranfill's Gap may stay just to your west, but if not, it'll be there 7:45 to 7:50 p.m. Those of you asking where you can post storm pictures, we have a group on Facebook. It's called the Texas Storm Chasers Community. You're welcome to post your pictures there. This storm near Hamilton will be crossing Highway 6 near Meridian or just west about 8:10 p.m. Morgan about 8:20 to 8:25 p.m. Walnut Springs about 8:20 p.m. If the storm continues again, that storm's moving northeast at about 40 miles an hour with the potential of some pretty large hail, at least quarter size. Down here in Llano County, I believe that hail report's from earlier, but we've got a storm capable of producing quarter-size hail, at least, on Highway 71, several miles southeast of Llano, moving towards Buchanan Dam, south sides of Lake Buchanan. We got a second updraft producing maybe some nickel to quarter-size hail here over the lake right now with heavy rain. But hey, you know what? At least we're getting some rain over the lake again. Y'all seem to be a hot spot this year. This is all staying well west of Burnett, west of Highway 281, and southwest of Lampasas for now. All right, back up here into North Texas. And sounds like we just got a report of golf ball size hail near Llano. That's going to be from... looks like a storm chaser named David Alford on X, and that was about 10 minutes ago. I don't know if that's from the storm right now or earlier, But again, those of you in Waxahachie, you've got hail coming in right now. This is going to be a severe storm capable of producing, well, maybe hail up to the size of golf balls, along with localized wind gusts over 60 miles an hour. That storm will continue moving off to the southeast at about 35 miles an hour with the potential of heavy rain, hail, and lightning. The radar thinks they could have hail closer to the size of baseballs, but we haven't had any hail reports up here that indicate that. Maybe golf balls. Hopefully it's not any bigger, but I guess y'all in Waxahachie are about to find out and relay that information. Please don't relay it while the hail's still falling. Only go look when it's safe. And real quick, here's a view from Storm Chaser Chelsea Burnett right now. This is the thunderstorm, and again, you can see hail off to the right up here. We've got this area, rain-free base, and this is northwest or west of Waxahachie right now. You can see not really a lot of low-level organization with this. You can see some scud that's being ingested into the storm, but we're not dealing with a tornado issue with these storms. This is a hailer and strong wind maker. It's good to see all that green grass, by the way. And again, that was from Storm Chaser Chelsea Burnett. I'll put that back up in its magical window. Oh. So, that was from Storm Chaser Chelsea Burnett. I believe she's with Adam Lucio. We're seeing a pretty good little microburst signature with that. Seeing winds could be near 60 miles an hour. And that storm with its hail core over the city of Waxahachie right now. What is that? That's not FM 922 southwest of town. Is it? Let me get my... Buena Vista Road. That's where that picture was taken, I believe, southwest of Waxahachie. Those of you in Waxahachie, again, you're getting the worst of it now. Hail as it moves southeast at about 35 miles an hour. And a quick note to doctoral candidate Ashley Morris, who's on a remote learning trip down in Australia right now. You got better things to be doing than watching coverage for Texas. You can watch Texas coverage when you're back in Texas next week. Go play with the koala. All right, so with that little note being said, let us continue on. Waxahachie, you're getting hail right now. That storm's moving southeast at about 35 miles an hour, so it's moving more quickly. So those of you in Ennis, 8 p.m. Garrett, 7:55 to 8 p.m. Palmer, 7:55 p.m. Interstate 45. Unless you like hail taking out your vehicle's glass and putting dents in your vehicle, I would not recommend you travel north of Highway, at this point, north of Highway 287, especially Business 287. I'd say Rice or Alma to be safe, and I wouldn't go south of Ferris right now. Otherwise, this storm is moving towards Gun Barrel City and Toole, and it may be there by 8:45 to 8:50 p.m. So those of you out here near Gun Barrel City, Toole, Enchanted Oaks, and that is going to include folks on Cedar Creek Reservoir, you're going to have hail issues if this storm keeps up, and it's going to be there in about an hour. So heads up with that. Storm that may have some pea-sized hail, lightning, brief heavy rain back over near Mansfield, Briar Oaks, near Lillian. That's not looking particularly intense right now, but it is intensifying, so we'll keep an eye on that. All right, back down into this area. Oh, and real quick, before I forget, because folks are rightfully asking, we're not expecting many more storms to develop this evening. We may still be dealing with storms through the mid to late evening, but we don't expect a lot of new development. So this is probably about as bad as it's going to get in terms of number of storms. Storm now northeast of Highway 36, moving towards Highway 22, Cranfill's Gap. Moving northeast, Cranfill's Gap, it'll be there 7:50 to 7:55. Meridian, about 8:15 to 8:20 p.m. on Highway 281. Up here on Highway 144 and 174, Walnut Springs to Morgan, 8:20 to 8:30 p.m. The potential for quarter-size hail. Wind gusts over 60 miles per hour. All right. So, and then those of you down in Llano County to Burnett County, guess what? You've got storms kind of just doing their own thing, not really moving very much. But Buchanan Dam to Kingsland, you might have some hail coming in, maybe some quarter size hail over the next 30 minutes. I know we've been saying that for the last 2 hours, but y'all keep having storms just refire up over you. So blame the storms. Don't blame me. I mean, you could blame me if you want, but MNJ, hey, thanks for joining us and becoming a member here on the Texas Weather Center. We appreciate the support. Oh, good grief knows. Hey, look, caffeine. Nothing like caffeine to take with Sudafed. I'm sure that's about as wise as, well, a lot of choices I've made in life, but it is what it is. So here's the hail. Guess what, Waxahachie? You're getting it right now. If we got hail, we probably do. It is in the city of Waxahachie, especially those of you in central and northern parts of Waxahachie. That is going to be moving southeast at about 35 miles an hour. Those of you on Interstate 45 from Palmer, Garrett, Ennis, be ready for damaging hail, strong winds, heavy rain, and a lot of cloud to ground lightning. This storm moving southeast down Highway 287 about 35 miles an hour. After that, it's going to be approaching the Cedar Creek Reservoir, Gun Barrel City, Tool, Highway 274, 8:30 to 8:40 p.m. if it continues, and it probably will, so heads up. And eventually, that means if it actually continues, Athens, you might have issues with hail by 9:30 p.m. Now, this candidate out here, northeast of Hamilton. Hamilton, you're clear. This is staying east of you. Cranfill's Gap, you're not. You have the potential for quarter-size hail in the next 5 to 10 minutes. The potential for that storm to continue producing hail as it races up Highway 22 at 40 miles an hour. Those of you in Meridian, you're going to be dealing with hail probably, by 8:10 to 8:20. Oh, well, I just hit the scratchy nose phase of the evening. That's unfortunate. And again, by the way, folks, just want to say thank you to all of y'all who have been hitting that subscribe button, who have been sharing our live stream with your friends and family so they can remain up to date on this nasty weather. Thank you to MNJ for not only becoming a member, but for that $5 super chat. That was very generous of you. And we just appreciate everybody watching this evening. We have no tornado warnings. This is not a tornado sort of day. We're dealing with a very low threat of a tornado, but hail, wind with isolated severe storms. We're going to be doing this again tomorrow, too, except we're probably going to have more storms tomorrow, and they're going to fire up earlier in the day. Oh, goodness. So Cranfill's Gap, next 5 minutes. Meridian, 8:10 to 8:15. It's going to be riding up Highway 174 towards Morgan by 8:20 to 8:30. Walnut Springs, 8:20. Eventually, if this does continue, it may approach Blum and Rio Vista around 8:45 to 8:55 up here on the Hill Johnson County line. Down here in Llano County, here we go. Y'all out at Lake Buchanan trying to enjoy your evening, trying to get some lake time in on a otherwise very hot week. Well, you can't because the thunderstorms refuse to let you. Y'all have a storm that could still be dropping small to maybe up to quarter-size hail over to Lake Buchanan, to Buchanan Dam, down to Kingsland. This is all east of Llano, west of Burnett, west of 281, east of Highway 16. Technically, it's moving east-northeast. If it continues, it may make it to Burnett by 8:15 to 8:20. We'll see. Storm over Waxahachie actually looks like the hail core is intensifying aloft again, and the updraft is building south. It's interesting. Let me do a 3D look at this. And by 3D look, I guess I can just show y'all what I'm looking at here. Let me see. Give me just a second, and I'm going to set this up to where you can actually see the 3D structure of the storm. just a second, sorry. I'm actually setting up the configuration for this right now. Press that. That'll make life a little easy. So this is the storm near Waxahachie. All right, here's a look at the 3D view. Now, I could have probably optimized this a little more, but you can see the reds and the purples go up to over 40,000 feet here. That is hail being just lofted and, dancing up in the sky. And eventually you can see how that hail core is starting to fall down towards the surface. So, if Waxahachie didn't just get pelted by big hail, this thing is probably about to start dropping some pretty big hail. Another way we can look at this is using a two-dimensional, essentially, scan through. And here you go. This is a cross-section analysis of this thunderstorm in Waxahachie. You can see, there's the base level view down there at the surface, but here's a look up into the sky. And guess what? There's your hail core, going 10, 20, 30, 40,000 feet up in the sky. And you can see that overshooting top, 63,000 feet all the way up here in the sky. And I can do a different analysis. Here's the updraft of the storm, by the way. This is the storm's updraft. All the way from the surface, whoop, 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 lofting precipitation and ice, hailstones, 50, 60,000 feet into the sky. And you can see how what we call the overhang, the hail core's forward flank, where hailstones are being lofted and just being held aloft by the very strong updraft speed of 130 to 150 miles an hour, just upward velocity here, 20, 30, 40, 50,000 feet, even 60,000 feet. And that's why, ladies and gentlemen, you don't go flying through storms like this, because, well, the upward velocity in those big bubbly thunderstorm clouds, well over 150 miles an hour. And as a plane, you just don't want to do that. So, we got a report of quarter-size hail in Midlothian, in Waxahachie, but y'all may have just lucked out, because this thing's getting pretty nasty in terms of its hail threat now. It may not be reaching the ground yet, but the hail core aloft is indicating baseballs. So, at some point, that's going to start falling out of the sky. So, those of you downstream of this, all the way, Lake Bardwell, Ennis, Garrett, Palmer, guess what? Y'all down 287 southeast of Waxahachie may be about to have some issues with big hail with this. So we're going to have to watch for that carefully. So Garrett, I say that, but look, the hail core itself is already reaching y'all. And that's a element of that forward flank starting to fall out of the sky, which kind of results in that hail core getting there a little more quickly than what that storm track may have said. So let me go ahead and do this. I'm going to do this at 35 miles an hour. Is that what they've got it moving at? Okay, so Ennis to Garrett, it could be, next 5 to minutes. Rosser here about 8:05, 8:10. Alma about 8 p.m. Kemp about 8:25 to 8:30 p.m. Maybank 8:40 to 8:45 p.m., which means those of you over the northern and central sections of Cedar Creek Reservoir, 8:30 to 8:40. Gun Barrel City, 8:35 to 8:40. Tool, about 8:35. All right, so remember how a few minutes ago I mentioned that if this storm caught up to its outflow boundary, we'd have a problem? Well, what just happened was it did. We had the updraft relocate a little farther south. Notice this is at 734. That outflow boundary is still a mile out ahead of that hook, but guess what? Look at how that outflow boundary now is into the hook. Notice how the updraft signature has relocated a little south, and notice how this radar hail signature is just exploding. In fact, if I switch over to Echo Tops, we're well over 60,000 feet. So what we now have is a supercell that is on an outflow boundary. We're seeing increasing amounts of low-level inflow, and the hail signature is going wonkers, which is just an indicator that the updraft is rapidly intensifying. So what this means is the threat of really big hail is increasing. The threat of damaging winds is increasing, and while the tornado threat this evening is very low, it's not zero, and there is probably a little bit of an uptick now in the threat of maybe a tornado with this storm in the next hour. So we're going to keep a close eye on it. Now, I said the word tornado. Does that mean we have a tornado right now? No. In fact, we have storm chasers there that will tell us very quickly if that changes. But those of you in Ennis, Garrett, and Palmer, you're about to have an issue with hail. And the hail threat is increasing substantially with this storm as it moves southeast. In fact, the hail signature on this storm is maxed out on this product. You can see the radar thinks we have 4-inch diameter hail. That's softballs. Now, we have not had a report of that. We had quarter-size hail back in Waxahachie. We haven't had a report of any crazy big hail yet with this storm outside of tennis balls earlier near Godley. Well, guess what? This thing could start dropping tennis balls or larger soon here in north central Ellis County, Garrett and Palmer into Ennis as it's run down Highway 287. And then after that, it's going to be moving down towards Alma and eventually 7 Points, Toole, Gun Barrel City, Maybank, and the Cedar Creek Reservoir in the next 35 to 60 minutes. As it continues moving east-southeast at 30 to 35 miles an hour. Could that mean this may try to put a brief tornado down in the next hour? It might. The risk is not high, but it's a little higher than it was earlier. Big hail is going to be an issue. Now, let's go back to the storm that is now near Cranfall's Gap. We could have maybe some quarter to ping pong ball size hail with this. These storms moving off to northeast have the potential of producing nasty hail, quarter to ping pong ball size hail, strong winds, and damaging winds. I see they just upgraded the Ellis County storm to a destructive warning. We'll go back to that in a minute. Highway 281 around Meridian, 8:10 to 8:15 p.m. Morgan on 174, about 8:25 to 8:30. Walnut Springs, about 8:20. This storm, if it continues up 174, could be approaching Blum at 8:45 p.m. All right, quickly, before we have to get back to this storm, and yeah, I see that hook. Llano County. Storm's actually now getting a little closer to Burnett. We note this storm near Kingsland is starting to actually show some more impressive supercellular characteristics. We've seen a couple pictures on X now of a pretty impressive corkscrew mesocyclone with this, so the hail threat may be increasing here. And this storm, if it continues, give me my mouse, will be approaching 281 in the Burnett area around 8:20 p.m. So we'll keep an eye on that. All right. And back up to the Ellis County storm. This is going to be a picture from storm chaser Adam Lucio, who I believe is with storm chaser Chelsea Burnett. That is the wall cloud, the updraft area of this storm. Now, we don't see anything super spooky right now, but all these clouds you're seeing here are inflow into this thunderstorm, and we're going to have to keep a close eye on it. All right, so I need to let... So let's get back up here, because most of y'all in Waxahachie, Ennis, those areas just had your phones going yippity-doo, yippity-yay, my oh my, what a scary day, because they upgraded this to what we call a destructive tag, which sets off the wireless emergency alert on your phone. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing baseball-size hail is now located east of Waxahachie. Waxahachie, you're clear from this storm. Those of you in Palmer, Garrett, Ennis, Bardwell, heads up, the potential for baseball-size hail within the next 5 to 10 minutes with this thunderstorm as it moves off to the southeast at, what do they got, at 35 miles an hour. Garrett, Ennis, Alma, Interstate 45, I'd advise no travel south of Highway 878, or Palmer, no travel north of Rice on Interstate 45 unless you want baseballs taking out your vehicle. This storm will cross Interstate 45 near Garrett and Ennis, Highway 287 and Highway 34. Don't go south of Rosser on 34 north of Bardwell or Lake Bardwell on 34. If you're near Bardwell, you can probably look north and see a pretty impressive storm. This storm, after it moves east of Interstate 45, is going to make it into northern portions of Navarro County around Rice, and then move towards portions of Henderson County near the Cedar Creek Reservoir, Toole, and Gun Barrel City here on Highway 274. Cedar Creek Reservoir, Toole, Gun Barrel City, probably by about 8:45 to 8:50 p.m. If this storm is still doing what it's doing, it's going to be dropping some really big hail. as it moves southeast at about 35 miles an hour. Looks like we've got a G2 solar storm ongoing. Noted. So that is what we have there. Back up in Mansfield, we've got a little shower producing, technically a thunderstorm. It's got a few cloud-to-ground lightning strikes. We've got maybe some pea-sized hail, some brief heavy rain. That's moving east towards, Cedar Hill. Back down near Cranfill's Gap, that storm, probably quarter to ping-pong ball-size hail, moving northeast, up towards Highway 281, Meridian over to Iredell by about 8:15, Morgan, 8:30, Blum, about 8:50. All right, so here's what we're going to do. We'll take a look at this Llano storm. Moving east of Llano now, Buchanan Dam, hail threats increasing from Kingsland up to Buchanan Dam, moving towards Burnett and Highway 281 by 8:15 to 8:20. We could have golf ball size hail with that storm now. And that storm is moving east towards Burnett, Marble Falls. Well, it'll stay north of Marble Falls, but 281 north of Marble Falls. And if it keeps up, it's going to be near Bertram around 8:40 to 8:50 p.m. All right, so let's go ahead and take a statewide view. We're going to switch. I want to look at the high-res rapid refresh model. This is just going to let us say, whoops. Let me restart this program. We're going to load the HUR. I just want to show y'all what we expect for the rest of the night. Now, the good question is, how is this storm doing right now? It's what, 8 p.m.? I mean, it is what it is. As you can see, it doesn't have the locations down perfectly, but it can at least show y'all that we expect storms overall to dissipate, probably not too late this evening. Now, you can see some of these storms are going to continue through maybe midnight, but the overall expectation is for things to be calming down late this evening, and we're not going to have a big cluster of storms, going into the early hours of Saturday. Now, we are going to have storms Saturday afternoon and evening. In fact, I might as well show you real quick if I can get this to load. Here's a severe weather outlook for Saturday. You can see we're doing this, again, we're going to have scattered severe storms, if not several severe storms, from the Concho Valley, the Big Country, the Hill Country, through Central Texas, North Texas, Texoma, the Arklatex, and Northeast Texas. And with storms this evening, you can see the tornado threat is very low. Tomorrow, the tornado threat's a bit higher. We could have a low tornado threat. So, a little higher of a tornado threat tomorrow. Well, guess what? Monday, or Sunday, this is for Sunday, the potential for scattered severe storms, Northwest Texas, Texoma, into Oklahoma, and then, nasty tornado potential, Oklahoma, Kansas, on Sunday. So, there you go. There's the view for this evening overnight. All right, I'm going to take a very quick break. I'm going to grab a snack, blow my nose, turn on the radar, and we're going to be back here at 8:02 p.m. with continuing severe weather coverage. So, again, baseball-size hail moving into Ennis, potential for golf ball to tennis ball size hail in Burnett and Highway 281 the next 20 minutes. We'll be back with continuing severe weather coverage here in 5 minutes here on the Texas Storm Chasers. We're back with continuing severe weather coverage here on the Texas Storm Chasers. Thanks for tuning in this evening. I'm David Reimer. It's 8:01 here on the 16th of May, 2025. We're monitoring a few nasty severe storms bringing hail to parts of the hill country in southern North Texas this evening. 99.9% of, well, let's not go that high, 98.5% of y'all in Texas aren't seeing a thing tonight and will not see a thing tonight. Those of you under the 3 or 4 storms we have ongoing are not so lucky, and you're dealing with hail. And the reason we're here chatting with you this evening live is because of that. Let's talk about what we have. We have a severe storm capable of producing baseball-sized hail right now in the city of Ennis. That storm over Garrett, Ennis, Interstate 45 is moving southeast at about 35 miles an hour towards Alma, Rice, and Cedar Creek Reservoir. Here in northern Navarro and northwestern Henderson counties. This storm over Ennis in eastern Ellis County, baseball-sized hail, moving east-southeast at 35 miles per hour, with the potential of baseball-sized hail in, Ennis shortly, moving towards Cedar Creek Reservoir by 8:45 to 9 p.m. We have a severe thunderstorm near Cranfield's Gap, moving up Highway 22 towards Meridian. It could be in Meridian by 8:15 p.m. And we have a small cluster of intensifying storms now just west of Burnett, moving towards Burnett and Highway 281. Those storms may now have hail larger in the size of golf balls, and that's where we're going to start. You can see this nest. We got one hail core near Burnett, just north of Burnett on Highway 281. That's moving east about 15 miles an hour towards Bertram. We have a larger hail core now just southwest of Burnett by about 5 to 8 miles. That's moving east at about 30 miles an hour. That's generally going to stay south of Burnett, north of Marble Falls, but if it keeps up here, it may be approaching Leander in about an hour. And again, if this storm does continue, it could bring hail to a more populated area here of areas west of Georgetown, west of I-35 from Leander to Cedar Park by 9 p.m. So we need to watch that. But again, Burnett, you're probably getting hail right now. Let us know if you're getting some hail once it's safe to do so. Jay Helmer, my apologies. My feed was out of date, but I owe you a thank you for that very generous super chat earlier. Ennis, guess what? You're having an unpleasant evening. You've got hail. How big of a hail? Well, let us know when it's safe to do so, but you could have hail up to the size of baseballs right now in the city of Venice, here on Interstate 45, Highway 34, Highway 287. It's going to be moving east-southeast at about 35 miles an hour with the potential of baseball-sized hail. That's going to be moving southeast at 35 miles an hour, meaning those of you in Ennis, well, it'll be out of town sooner rather than later, but those of you downstream, Alma, areas just northeast of Alma, 8:10 to 8:15. Those of you in southeastern Ellis County, far northeastern Navarro County, east of Rice, the potential for baseball-sized hail between 8:20 and 8:40 p.m. This will approach the Cedar Creek Reservoir around 8:40 to 8:50 p.m. Tool, specifically Payne Springs. This may be, if it continues moving a little more southeast, it may stay just south of Gun Barrel City, moving closer to Tool, Trinidad, Malakoff, Log Cabin, and Payne Springs by 9 p.m. We're going to have to keep a close eye on that. Again, the potential for hail. We do note there is a small thunderstorm back here over 360, just north of 287. This shooting off occasional lightning strikes, moving towards south sides of Cedar Hill, generally along and south of Beltline Road, south of 1382. Kind of moving towards the, what's that subdivision called? I can't remember it off the top of my head. It's where all the top 5% live. Lake Ridge, up there on the hill. So, staying south of Mansfield Road, generally towards Lake Ridge Parkway, the Mount Lebanon Baptist Camp, down here in Cedar Hill. Y'all probably get a quick round of rain and some lightning. Otherwise, nasty storm up to baseball-size hail. Here in Ennis, ooh, what is this? What is this? That little hooky just started rapping. Interesting there. That little structure that just did that. Notice how that just happened. Now, I don't want you to think I'm talking tornado. Whoa, Mama Nelly. Oh, come on, technology. Must we be mean and hateful? All I wanted to do was talk about the little spinny thing. Now, notice how that hook kind of just wrapped up right there, just near Highway 34, just near Lake Bardwell. Looking at the which way the wind's blowing mode, you don't really see any super spooky velocity signatures, but we'll keep a close eye on that. Stand by. Well, I say that. There's something going on there. Oh, I'm going to play this. Let me get the audio. Y'all can't hear the audio, but this is from Lake Bardwell right now. Come on. Technology is being real difficult. Look at that. You can definitely see some pretty quick rotation with that. Oh, I wonder, we might have a quick spin-up circulation right there, near Lake Bardwell. This is from Storm Chaser Adam Lucio and Chelsea Burnett. This was within the last 2 minutes. Notice how we got some pretty rapidly rotating rain currents there. And I find that interesting, given that quick rotation. Notice it's mostly rain-wrapped. It's very interesting, that little circulation right there. It's interesting. I wonder, that might have been an attempt at a very, very weak quick spin-up. But again, we'll continue monitoring this severe storm bringing hail to Ennis right now. That's some weird stuff going on. What buttons are we pressing that's making that happen? Just had a new severe thunderstorm warning issued for portions of Bosque, Johnson, Somerville counties. We'll look at that in a minute. But again, that was a look at this storm near Ennis. A quick little hook just southwest of Ennis near Lake Bardwell. That might have been a quick attempt at a spin-up brief tornado. Definitely not expecting significant issues with that this evening, but that was interesting nevertheless. You can see the latest radar scan, that little hook now just southeast of Highway 34, just southwest of Ennis, southwest of Alma. We'll see what the latest velocity looks like. But again, not expecting a significant tornado risk this evening. This storm will continue moving southeast at about 30 to 35 miles an hour. Oh, I see why we're doing that. Okay. I had autoplay enabled. And the outflow boundary is very near that thunderstorm, so it may have just briefly ingested it. All right, let's continue on. So again, Cedar Creek Reservoir, Trinidad Tool, this is heading your way by 8:50 to 9 p.m. All right, let's go back down here. Meridian, it's going to be a new severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be for portions of, well, Johnson Hill, Bosque, and Somerville counties. Severe thunderstorm now coming into the city of Meridian. The potential of a quarter to ping pong ball size hail. That storm's moving northeast at 30. The potential for that storm to move up Highway 174 to Morgan, Rio Vista, Blum, and eventually, if it continues, it's going to make it up towards Cleburne. So earlier, y'all had a storm pass just to your north in Cleburne. You may have a new storm coming up from your southwest over the next 30 minutes. All right, let's get south into Llano County. Boy, that thing near Burnett's having a temper tantrum. You can see hail cores really picked up on that. South of Burnett on Highway 281, that storm's going to be moving east, east-southeast at about 20 to 30 miles an hour. We're going to have to watch this one carefully. It could bring some nasty hail closer to I-35 down here over the next hour. So those of you from ICC, Liberty Hill, Bertram, Leander, Jonestown, Cedar Park, all the way down Highway 29, Highway 183 by maybe 9 p.m. Hold on, the dog just wanted to say hello. Hi, dog. Can I help you? I'm going to get you. I'm going to get you. Big baby. My mouse. Oh, well. Whoever taught the dog to head butt doors open, amusing. Anyway, it's a-okay. All right, so Uh, Leander to Liberty Hill on 29 and 183. If this storm keeps up, y'all might have an issue with some really big hail by 9 p.m., so keep that in mind. Worst of the hail staying south of Bertram and south of Burnett right now, closer to Fairland, north of Marble Falls. In fact, it sounds like the Weather Service just issued a warning for this, so we'll just stay here and we'll take a quick look at this. It's going to be for up to Easter egg size hail, those plastic Easter eggs. We'll get that warning popping up here visually in just a second. There you go. This warning technically does include Florence, Leander, Liberty Hill, Serenada, Georgetown, Round Rock, Weir, Gerald, Hutto, Jonah, west of Taylor. This is a severe thunderstorm warning through 9:15 p.m. The potential for golf ball to Easter egg size hail, those plastic Easter eggs. Storm currently now on 281 southeast of Burnett, moving east at about 30 miles an hour. The potential for at least golf ball size hail. And if this keeps up, it's going to be near Leander, probably close to about 850, 845 to 850. We'll put a manual storm track on this. I want to make sure we're getting the leading edge of this hail core here. And again, we're going to do about 30, they say, about 30. So again, Leander, about 8:45 to 8:50. Liberty Hill, about 8:40 p.m. Florence, about 8:35 to 8:40. Georgetown, about 9 p.m. Those of you in Serenada, about 8:55 p.m. Gerald, 8:55 to 9 p.m. Round Rock, north sides of town especially, closer to 9 p.m. Heads up, the potential for some pretty big hail. With that, all right, let's get back up to the storm here. Boy, this thing in Ellis County is going bonkers. Cedar Hill, you do have a shower/storm over you. It is not anything worth worrying about. 65-mile-an-hour wind out of the northwest in Burnett, just recorded at the Burnett Municipal Airport. This thing in southeastern Ellis County, honestly, is really trying hard to do something problematic. Tornado threat may be increasing a little bit on this. You can see the radar thinks we have up to softball-size hail. With this thunderstorm, we had a report of up to 2-inch diameter size hail here in Ennis. But again, this thing could be producing some very destructive hail now, just east of Ennis, north of Alma. Moving southeast at 30. Those of you in Toole, the Cedar Creek Reservoir, especially south of Highway 334, all the way down to Trinidad on Highway 31, Payne Springs, Log Cabin on the east side of the reservoir, get ready for a nasty, nasty, nasty severe storm with the potential of baseball-size hail, destructive straight-line winds, and a non-zero risk of a tornado. With this thunderstorm as it moves off to the southeast at 30. You can see it does even have a little bit of a hook echo here, and we're going to have to watch that carefully as that is really trying to tug into that outflow boundary, and if it does that, it may be able to just utilize just enough low-level vorticity and instability to produce a weak tornado. We don't have a lot of low-level wind shear today, thankfully, and that's keeping the tornado threat very low, but you know, I said the risk wasn't zero this evening, and, well, this may be why, because the risk may be a little slightly higher. Folks in the chat, no reports. Storms will not last super late tonight. We're not expecting an all-night round of storms. Most of these storms are going to be dissipating by 11 p.m. But again, Alma, Rice, this is a nasty storm. Could have up to baseball-size hail, damaging winds, and the tornado risk is non-zero. As it moves southeast at 30 towards Toole by 8:50 to 9 p.m. Well, let's do this. You know what? This is kind of on the west side of that hail core, so let's do this. I'm going to do it this way. And again, that's mostly to encompass the hail core. We're saying it's moving southeast at, I'm going to do, what, 30? Is it 30 or 35? 30 is fine. Okay, so again, this is going to be approaching Gun Barrel City around 8:40. Hail. Toole, about 840. Log Cabin, about 850. Cedar Creek Reservoir, 840 to 850. Malakoff, about 9 p.m. Could be approaching the city of Athens by 9:15 p.m., the leading edge of maybe some of the hail. Maybe a little later than that, though. We have a storm back out here near Meridian, y'all Meridian, probably getting some strong winds, maybe some quarter-size hail. That storm's riding up Highway 174. Morgan, 8:25 to 8:30. Blum, about 8:50 p.m. Rio Vista, about 9 p.m. Cleburne, down towards Grandview, about 9:10 p.m. And then we have a little storm over Cedar Hill moving into DeSoto. That is not anything to worry about. Maybe some pea-size hail. Back out here, Burnett. Severe storm approaching Bertram, just southwest of Bertram. Hail course southeast of Burnett. That's going to be moving towards Leander. Liberty Hill. Georgetown, north sides of Round Rock over the next hour. And there could be some golf ball to hen egg size hail with that. All right. We just got this video from the Ennis, Texas storm area. I'm going to bring it down into view. So this is from Storm Chaser Adam Lucio. From technically the Alma area, I believe. But you can see there's your area of rotating wall cloud mischief. Then there's your hail core. A lot of wind. It's not looking particularly organized in the low levels right now, but again, we'll keep an eye on it. So again, Georgetown. Oh, what is that? Oh, actually starting to see a little hook on this thing west of Leander now, too. Jason, if you're monitoring, we're going to have to keep an eye on that. So we're going to keep an eye on several of these storms now. This one in southeastern Burnett County moving towards Travis County. And we are starting to see an increasing area of rotation near Alma in North Texas. So, well, the low-level jet's kicking in. All right, so what we're going to do real quick. It's because, honestly, I'm starving right now. So, really quick. Here is the radar. Give me 2 minutes. Literally, let me run, go grab a bag of trail mix. And we're going to continue coverage here in just a couple of minutes. I'm not going anywhere. I just need to grab something where I can snack on it while chatting with y'all. So give me just about 2 minutes and we'll be right back.
On the rooftops calling birds of summer back south to wander. It's a chance to start again on the wing of remembering. All the plans that we made in summer, they are shining memories calling to each other. Trouble disappear in your atmosphere. Falling are chill and the snow is falling on the cedar still, and the freezing waters in an ethereal glow. The warmth of my world of memories, all imperfect.
All right, let's keep on going here. We're now monitoring two pretty intense storms. One is southeast of Burnett, moving towards northern Travis County and Leander. It's about 13 miles southeast of Burnett, moving towards Leander, Cedar Park, and eventually Georgetown and Round Rock. That storm has the potential of hail larger than the size of golf balls, and it is showing indications of producing some weak low-level rotation. Second nasty severe storm. It's going to be for Ellis, Henderson, Kaufman, and Navarro counties. It's got a new severe storm warning on that. Both these storms have what we call tornado possible tags on their warnings, meaning there's a chance they could put down a quick spin-up tornado, and they're being monitored for low-level rotation. So let's talk about what's going on. Again, southern storm. This one now 13 to 14 miles southeast of Burnett is moving towards Leander, Round Rock, Pflugerville, and Georgetown. Starting to turn more southeast, which is a problem. That's a sign of an intensifying storm. A little bit of low-level rotation with this, but most likely just a lot of wind being pushed out. Maybe some golf ball to sneeze. Hail larger than the size of golf balls. Sorry, the allergies are kicking my butt. And that storm's moving southeast now at 25 miles an hour. So Leander, Liberty Hill, Georgetown, Round Rock, Cedar Park, maybe even as far south as Jonestown. Heads up, this is heading your way. And again, this could have at least golf ball size hail, some strong winds. Now, let's go back north. And here's something that I've not been good at. Waxahachie, Midlothian, Ennis, you're clear from this nasty storm. That brought hail risk. Now, there is a chance another storm northeast of Meridian may head your way in the next hour and 20 minutes. So keep an eye on that. So Meridian, hail are heading out of town to the northeast right now. That's moving northeast up 174 at about 40 miles an hour. Towards Blum, Rio Vista, Covington, and Grandview over the next hour. That has the potential for quarter-size hail. This storm now southeast of Ennis, near Rice, Alma, northeast of those locations. The potential for this storm to produce tennis ball size hail as it moves southeast at about 30 miles an hour. It's moving more southeast now than it was earlier. So that's going to keep it farther south, meaning it's probably moving closer to areas like Kearns, Trinidad, Malakoff, Log Cabin, Payne Springs, and Toole, south side of the Cedar Creek Reservoir over the next hour. This storm has the potential to produce tennis ball size hail, damaging winds, and heavy rain. In addition, we can't rule out a quick spin-up tornado. Same thing goes for this storm down here, moving towards Leander, moving towards Round Rock, Georgetown. This storm is also showing signs of becoming intense and could have very large hail, just like the storm near Alma and Rice. All right. So that's what we're keeping an eye on. And again, we don't have many storms this evening. I'm just going to zoom out and show you. Again, I think, we have 3 at this point, 4, if you count the one at Cedar Hill that's not even severe. Here you go. You can see, look, we got 1 in Cedar Hill moving towards DeSoto. That's not severe. Quick round of rain. Storm near Meridian moving up towards Blum, Morgan, Copperall, Rio Vista. That could have quarter-size hail at least. We have a storm now southeast of Ennis, Alma, Rice, moving towards Gun Barrel City, Toole, Enchanted Oaks, Trinidad, Kearns. That storm has the potential of producing tennis ball size hail, damaging winds, and the risk of a tornado is not zero with that. We're keeping a very close eye on that. So that's what we're doing. And again, we're not going to see many more storms develop this evening. We're not going to be dealing with like 20 storms. We're going to be dealing with a few. And that's what we've been dealing with. And we've talked about this for a few days now, where we're going to have storms. Most folks aren't going to be dealing with them, but some of these, well, some of you are. And where we have storms, they're going to be quite rowdy. Guess what? We're doing this again tomorrow, except it's going to start earlier in the day. We're going to be doing this on Sunday in Northwest Texas and Texoma, the Red River Valley, Monday, probably even Tuesday. Sorry, sometimes you just have to snack. In case you can't tell, I'm actually pretty sick, so I'm trying to keep my energy up by snacking on trail mix. And shortly, I'm eating a grilled cheese sandwich. Does anyone care? No. But to be fair, you sit in front of a computer for hours a day talking to a little camera and see how well you begin to communicate. All right, let's take a look at this. This is from the Alma area, from Storm Chaser Adam Lucio. He reports the rotation is tightening up. There is legitimate rotation. You can see a rear flank downdraft swinging around that circulation. The rain currents are rotating around. So we're going to have to keep a close eye on it. Again, that is the storm very near Rice right now with a bit of rotation. I believe that's Interstate 45 he's looking over. So if that keeps up, they may put a tornado warning on it. But, well, there you go. There's a tornado warning. Stand by. All right, we're going to have a tornado warning now for Navarro County. This is going to be popping up here on the screen shortly. There's going to be a tornado warning for Navarro County. This is going to include Rice, Roan, Powell, Currens, Goodloe Park. This is not going to include the circulation, or not include the city of Corsicana. So this is going to be a tornado warning now for Navarro County. Those of you from Rice to Powell, Currens. Let me reset this. Copy, Cooley. So let me show you. It's going to be a tornado warning now. Most likely thanks to our storm chasers here giving us that visual evidence. It's going to be a tornado warning. It does not include the city of Corsicana. So again, Corsicana, you're fine. This storm's staying to your northeast. This is going to be for a storm trying to drop a quick tornado here over Rice and Interstate 45, not unlike the day back in October 22nd, 2010, that hit the high school there. It's going to be a circulation moving southeast. This is going to include Interstate 45 from north of Corsicana to Rice. Those of you from Interstate 45, the Rice area, down towards Powell and Currens, heads up, a tornado warning is now in effect for the potential of a quick spin-up tornado. This storm continues to primarily be a hailmaker, but it might try to put a quick, brief, weak tornado down. So Roan, Powell, Currens, those of you on 1603 east of Rice, west of Gun Barrel City, heads up, a brief tornado can't be ruled out, and the National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning until 9 p.m. for northern and northeastern Navarro County. This storm overall does remain mostly a hail threat, but the potential does exist for a quick spin-up tornado as well. We just showed you that circulation from storm chasers Adam Lucio and Chelsea Burnett. This circulation moving southeast at about 25 miles an hour. And again, you can see right around Rice here, that is where that circulation is located. Now, over Interstate 45, just southeast of, I believe, where that high school would be, and it's moving southeast towards 1603, Roan, Powell, and Curran. So, if you're in Powell and Curran's on Highway 31, go ahead and take your tornado safety precautions. That'll be lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. A tornado warning has been issued for your area until 9 p.m. All right, let's go ahead and take a look back here. Meridian, you're clear. Severe storm near Morgan. Nasty hail core with that. Now, moving northeast at about 35 to 40 miles an hour. That's going to be making its way up towards Blum, Covington, Rio Vista, and Grandview. Blum, about 8:55 p.m. Rio Vista, 9:05 p.m. Covington, about 9:05 to 9:10. Grandview, about 9:20. Alvarado, about 9:30 p.m. This storm showing indications of producing quarter to golf ball size hail. In fact, it looks like we had golf ball size hail reported in the Meridian area. So again, golf ball size hail with this storm moving northeast. And then down here in central Texas, we have a severe storm now southeast of Bertram. Burnett, you're clear. Marlboro Falls, you're clear. Bertram, you'll be clear after 8:40. This storm's moving southeast now towards Leander. Leander, 9 p.m. Cedar Park, about 9:05 to 9:10. If this storm continues, it will be approaching Round Rock, Pflugerville, north sides of Austin, here on Highway 1, Highway 1325, around 9:25 to 9:30 p.m. Highway 45 and Highway 183 at 9:15. This thunderstorm is currently capable of producing golf ball size hail, localized damaging wind gusts. So we're going to need to keep an eye on that. So we're down to 3 storms. Yeah, there is a shower over DeSoto, Glen Heights, Lancaster. That's not anything. But we do have a tornado warning now. This is going to be for one of these quick spin-up tornado potentials near Rice. We showed you that live video here a short while ago. If you're just joining us on Facebook or the Texas Storm Chasers YouTube, we've actually been live streaming now for about 2.5 hours on the David Reimer Texas Weather Center channel on our website or mobile app. Keep that in mind for future use because we're going to be doing it again tomorrow. And we showed you that area of rotation not too long ago from Storm Chasers Chelsea Burnett and Adam Lucio. That is now southeast of Rice. Ennis, you're clear. Alma, you're clear. Rice, give it another 10 minutes. You'll be clear at 8:45. Those of you in Powell, Roan, FM 1603, southeast of Rice, Currens, you're in a tornado warning. Seek shelter now. It's going to be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible if you're in a sturdy set-built structure. I don't believe this is going to be a long-duration issue. I think you can tell by my tone. I don't think this is going to be one of these big, bad, very mad situations where we get a big tornado. I think we're going to continue having mostly a big hail risk. But, yes, we do have that little hook appendage there. Switching over to the which way the wind's blowing mode. Yeah, we do have some rotation here. You can see that little hook echo kicking around like a little shoe. Southeast of Rice now, southeast of the high school that got hit back on 2010 in October. And this storm continues to move southeast. This will be moving down northeast 190, 2060, East 5th Avenue, northeast of Corsicana. This does not include the city of Corsicana. Y'all in Corsicana don't need to do a thing. This isn't moving towards you. Go outside, look northeast, enjoy the sunset and lightning show. Those of you northeast of Corsicana, Roan, Powell, Currens, you do need to take some action here. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible in a sturdy site-built structure if you're in this tornado warning polygon. If you're not, you don't need to do anything. Do I think most of you are just going to go outside and look? Well, yes, because that's what we do as Texans, even if I encourage you not to. But again, this is mostly going to be a hail risk. Hail core extending back northeast of Rice. That'll be moving closer to Toole, moving towards the south side of the Cedar Creek Reservoir. And this storm as a whole has continued to move more to the south-southeast. So it's going to miss Gun Barrel City. It's going to stay south of Kemp, south of Maybank, and probably cross Highway 31 from Powell all the way to Malakoff here in the next 30 to 45 minutes as the storm moves southeast at about 30 miles an hour. Again, if you're just joining us, good evening. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. We're streaming live now on all our platforms due to a quick tornado warning here in northern Navarro County. This does not include the city of Corsicana. This is now going to be for a possible circulation just east of Interstate 45, about 2 miles southeast of Rice. This is moving southeast at about 30 miles per hour. Those of you in Alma, you're clear. I-45, you're clear. Rice, give it until 8:45 and you'll be clear. Those of you east of 45 on FM 1603, east of 45, all the way to west of Tool. Roan, Powell, Currents, you're in a tornado warning until 9 p.m. I don't think we're going to have many more tornado warnings, if any, tonight. But hail, yeah. I'm about to sneeze. Maybe. It's that borderline. Nope. We've been live since 6 p.m. on the David Reimer Texas Weather Center YouTube channel, our mobile app, and our website. But we came on all the channels just for the tornado warning here. So, thanks for joining us. You can always watch our live coverage on the David Reimer Texas Weather Center YouTube channel, on our website, and in our free mobile app. Just search for Texas Storm Chasers where you download out to your device or scan that QR code above my big bald head. And again, we've got a couple storms. Let me show you. We've got a severe storm out here now northeast of Meridian. Meridian, you're clear. Morgan, you're going to be clear by 8:45. Blum, you're going to have some hail by 8:50 to 8:55, so in about 15 minutes. Could be quarter size to ping pong ball size hail. Covington, about 9:05 to 9:10. Grandview on Highway, what is that? That's what I thought. Highway 81 and Interstate 35, about 9:20 p.m. Maypearl to Venus, 9:35 if the storm continues. Again, this dropped golf ball size hail back in Meridian. Could still be producing quarter to golf ball size hail right now. All right, down south we go. Let's take a look at a storm moving towards northern Travis County. Now, this does look pretty ominous on the how hard it's raining mode, but the storm itself has actually been downtrending now for a little while. The hail core looked much more impressive back over Burnett and Bertram. I'll turn on storm reports here, and we'll be able to show you. We had a report of quarter-size hail southwest of Bertram at 8:24, a 66-mile-an-hour wind gust at the Burnett Municipal Airport back at 8:20 p.m. We had reports of quarter-size hail in Burnett back around 8:15 p.m. This storm continues to move southeast, and I'll go ahead and loop this for you so you can see. And you can see the storm itself is about to move into Leander, where I believe one of our viewers actually worked, is currently on vacation in Sydney, Australia. If you're watching now, well, that's unfortunate for you. But again, Leander, the next couple of minutes, this storm will be making its way into town. The potential for quarter to ping pong ball size hail. This is moving down towards Cedar Park, Jollyville, Round Rock. Still showing the potential for some quarter to maybe ping pong ball size hail. If the storm continues, it is going to make it into the Pflugerville area. Windermere, McNeil, Round Rock, Bushy Creek, Brushy Creek, Cedar Park, Anderson Mill over the next 30 to 45 minutes. And again, quarter to ping pong ball size hail, some strong wind gusts, a lot of cloud to ground lightning, quick round of heavy rain, and there you go. But it's, we'll see. This storm may run into a stronger cap or lid on the atmosphere, and if it does, it's going to weaken. We don't know if that's what's going to happen yet. You can see we have no more storms back over Llano County, so we're down to 3 storms now. Technically 4 if you count that sub-severe storm over the Lancaster area. So we got this storm moving northeast towards Johnson County. And we have the storm that tried to put down a quick spin-up tornado near Rice a little earlier that we brought to you live. That's currently east of Rice. Rice, you're clear. Along and west of I-45 from Rice to Ennis, you're clear. This storm, with the tornado warning for far northeastern Navarro County for about another 20 minutes or so, continues to move off to the southeast at about 25 to 30 miles an hour. The storm could have quarter to golf ball size hail, maybe tennis ball size hail. Now just southeast of FM 1129 and 1603, west of 7 points, moving southeast towards Trinidad, Tool. While that circulation itself, pretty weak looking at this point, is just northwest of Rome, it's moving southeast at about 25 miles an hour. So again, Powell, Kearns, Goodloe Park, and Rome, go ahead and give us a few minutes of your time, if you'd be so kind, and take your tornado safety precautions. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible, and we'll get you out of there and on with your evening here before too much longer. Again, we could see a quick spin-up tornado, some localized damaging winds, and then some pretty nasty hail. Just north of that, west of 7 points, moving southeast at 25 miles an hour. This will be crossing Highway 31 from roughly Powell and Kearns all the way east towards Trinidad and Malakoff, skirting the south side of the Cedar Creek Reservoir. Though we do note, those of you on the Cedar Creek Reservoir, you're still going to get some rain, some lightning, so don't be on a boat on a lake during a thunderstorm. That's just a dum-dum move. And you know what? When you're being a dum-dum on the lake, you don't get any gum-gum. No gum-gum for you. So, a tornado warning continues until 9 p.m. There's your updated polygon, your clear and rice. This little polygon here, good job by the Weather Service in Fort Worth on drawing that. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located 8 miles northeast of Corsicana. Moving southeast at 30 miles an hour. This includes Kearns, Powell, Rome, Goodloe, Chatfield, and the Richland Chambers Reservoir. So if you're in Powell and Kearns here on Highway 31, go ahead and give us a few minutes of your time. Please take your tornado safety precautions. That'll be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And we'll get you on your way in the next several minutes. Sheila Smith, thanks for becoming a member here on the Texas Weather Center YouTube channel. We appreciate your support. We appreciate everyone's support on who have joined our channel this evening and sent in some super chats and stars. Thank you kindly. So again, Powell, Kearns, you know what? You might have some issues here in 10 to 15 minutes. Can't rule out a quick spin-up tornado. Otherwise, this storm continues to be a long-track supercell that started all the way back southwest back west in Hood County a few hours ago, and this storm is producing hail as it moves southeast. Could have golf ball to maybe even tennis ball size hail, and this could be an issue for places like Tool, Trinidad, Malakoff, Enchanted Oaks, south sides of the Cedar Creek Reservoir, and then on the west-southwest flank of that, we have this little hook echo that did show some increased rotation a little earlier near Rice. We brought you that from storm chaser Adam Lucio and Chelsea Burnett. Back west, we have a severe storm now approaching Blum. That might have some quarter to ping pong ball size hail. We'll see if the Weather Service extends the severe weather warning downstream of that. If so, it'll encompass probably Johnson County and western Ellis County. This storm track is where the storm is expected to move over the next 1 hour, with the potential for... They got that warrant for tennis balls? Oh my goodness, this thing dropped baseball-size hail on Highway 174, north of Morgan. My, this thing overperformed. Looks like someone out there had a caliper, because we're getting exact measurements. 2.76-inch hail measured 3 miles southwest of Morgan, and 2.11-inch hailstone north of Meridian. So again, this thing apparently dropped baseball-sized hail just southwest of Morgan. So my, oh my. Radar's been underestimating hail sizes here. All right, noted. So yeah, we are very likely going to see a severe storm warning since this thing continues to show quite an intense signature. So apparently up to tennis ball-sized hail with this. Radar's been underestimating hail size on this. So Blum, Covington, Rio Vista, heads up. Destructive hail possible in the next 10 to 15 minutes. After that, Grandview. It's going to be there probably by 9:10. Venus, Midlothian, Maypearl, guess what? You got another storm heading your way, and it may be there by 9:30 p.m., and this storm is producing a pretty big amount of hail. All right, let's go back south. We'll take a look at the storm approaching Leander. So you just got a hail report of 1.3 inches from just northwest of Leander. That storm continues to move southeast at about 30 miles per hour. I'll be in Leander now in the next few minutes. Round Rock. I-35 in Round Rock, 9:05 to 9:10. Pflugerville on I-35, about 9:15 to 9:20. Highway 1 and Highway 45 by 9:15. Cedar Park, the next 10 to 15 minutes. Highway 130 at 45, about 9:20 to 9:25. Manor, about 9:35. So again, those of you from the north sides of Austin, Round Rock, Georgetown, Cedar Park, Jollyville, Pflugerville, Windmire, Brushy Creek, Cedar Park, Leander, heads up the potential for quarter to $half size hail, along with wind gusts over 70 miles an hour over the next 20 minutes. That storm moving southeast. Again, you can see we have multiple reports of, quarter to $half size hail. That's 1 to 1.25 inches in diameter. All right. So let's take a look. And we're on all the social platforms now. We've been live on the Texas Weather Center David Reimer channel, our website, texasstormchasers.com/live, and our mobile app since 6 p.m. with continuous severe weather coverage. But now we're live on everything because we have a tornado warning for about another 10 minutes here in northeastern portions of Navarro County. This is going to be for a circulation that tried spinning up a little earlier near Rice. We brought you that live video. This is going to be a circulation now near Northeast 2060 and Northeast 2170 county roads here in northeastern Navarro County. And you can see we do have a little bit of a circulation. I don't think the tornado threat is high, but can't rule out a quick spin-up tornado moving southeast towards Kearns and Highway 31 over the next 10 to 15 minutes. In all likelihood, we have some very strong winds here on the backside of the circulation on the southern flank of this hook. And that has the potential to bring some wind gusts over 60 miles per hour, at least, as it moves southeast at about 30 miles an hour. Back west, Alvarado, yes, you may have an issue with this storm coming up from Blum by 9:20 p.m. And for those of you asking, yes, we are going to be dealing with severe storms tomorrow. Here's the severe weather outlook for Saturday, beginning as early as noon through 11 p.m. tomorrow. So noon to 11 p.m. tomorrow, isolated to scattered severe storms from the Edwards Plateau through the Concho Valley, Big Country, Northwest Texas, Texoma, North Texas, Central Texas, the Hill Country, Northeast Texas, and the Arklatex. And in case you're wondering, here's this evening's tornado threat. Again, very low. Tomorrow, same thing, except the threat may be a little higher in North Texas, so we'll have to keep an eye out for that. But yes, we're going to be doing live coverage again tomorrow, probably as soon as noon to 1 p.m. So make sure you're subscribed to our YouTube channel for that. All right, so 8:50 p.m., we have a tornado warning for northeastern Navarro County until 9 p.m., about another 10 minutes. I don't expect them to reissue this the way it looks right now, but we'll keep an eye on it. This storm has the potential of producing damaging straight-line winds over 70 miles an hour, golf ball-size hail, and heavy rainfall with the potential of quite a bit of cloud-to-ground lightning. You can see there's the latest scan. We're seeing a surge of very strong winds being pushed out by this thunderstorm moving towards Powell and Kearns. Y'all could see wind gusts over 70 miles per hour. Yes, there will be storms in Fort Worth tomorrow. Kearns and Powell, storm moving southeast, about 25 miles per hour. Towards Trinidad and Malakoff as well. Y'all could be getting in on some hail. Storm up here from Tool to Gun Barrel City. Hail core staying south of Gun Barrel City, southwest of Tool, it looks like. Oh, I need water. And apologies for the monotone voice at times. The allergies have kicked my posterior. All right, so, and for those of y'all asking who's going to get what tomorrow, go to texasstormchasers.com. We got a forecast posted with graphics and timing you can look at. We got a weather blog, and that's what it's for, to explain what kind of weather you're going to get. All right, so there's that storm. We'll go back south. Here's a storm near Leander, Cedar Park. And remember, folks, we accept super chats. If you appreciate this info, you want to send Baldy here a cup of coffee or a couple of Benadryl, hey, you know what? You are more than welcome to, and we appreciate it. We also appreciate everyone who's hitting that like button and clicking subscribe to us here on YouTube. So, Leander, guess what? You've got hail coming into town over the next few minutes. This storm's moving southeast at about 30 miles an hour. Round Rock, 9:05 to 9:10. Pflugerville, about 9:10 to 9:20. Those of you north of Manor on Tollway 130, well, you're going to be getting in on it here probably by about 9:20 to 9:30. So again, potential for some big hail. Could be $50, maybe ping pong balls, maybe a little larger. We're starting to see an intensification of the hail core loft with this thing as it enters Leander. So Cedar Park, Leander, Round Rock, Pflugerville, heads up. Even Georgetown, you could be dealing with hail over the next 15 minutes. Back north, storm moving into Johnson County near Blum and Rio Vista. That storm may have some hail with it. Maybe quarter to golf ball size. Could even be a little larger than that as it moves northeast quickly at about 30 miles an hour. So, we'll see. Rio Vista, Grandview, next 10 to 15 minutes. Alvarado, by about 9:15. You could have a storm with a lot of lightning and hail. And then we have this storm just north of Powell and Kearns here on Highway 31 with the potential of a spin-up tornado. You can see there is a little bit of an increased signature for rotation now. It's going to be from Highway 309 and 31, about 5 miles northwest of there, 4 to 5 miles northwest of Kearns. So again, we are seeing a little bit of an increased rotational signature now. Heading back over to the how hard it's raining mode, you can definitely see we got a real nasty hail signature now. And this storm continues to move southeast at 25 miles an hour with the potential up to tennis ball size hail. And that will continue as this storm moves southeast. At about 25 miles an hour. All right, so Tool down to Highway 31, Malakoff, Trinidad, Kearns to Powell. Y'all are about to get 60 to 70 mile an hour winds, golf ball to tennis ball size hail. And we definitely had the potential for maybe a spin-up tornado about 4 miles northwest of Kearns right now. And that storm's moving southeast. Now, we're going to be out of this tornado warning in about 5 minutes. Weather Service may or may not extend this. I'm leaning towards no right now, but we'll see. The storm most definitely is still severe, even if we don't have a tornado here. Guess what? We still got damaging winds. We still got big hail, heavy rain. And folks asking about the weather for tomorrow, we've got a detailed forecast posted on our website and weather blog, TexasStormChasers.com, or you can open up your free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. We got graphics, timing, and all the details on that. So we're going to focus on what's going on right now, but if you want to know about tomorrow's severe weather threat, head on over to our weather blog, TexasStormChasers.com, or the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. I know, having to actually open a few links to get the info you want's a pain, but alas, I'm not here to immediately gratify everyone. I think the cold medicine's kicking in. It's making me sassy. And by the way, I do need to give thanks to our amazing moderating team. They are doing a great job at keeping up with things tonight. They're doing a great job of helping us out. So please give your thanks to the moderating team here in our chats because they are doing an amazing job. And I said we probably weren't even doing live coverage today, and here we are about 3 hours in, so. Oh, goodness. All right, so Round Rock, again, Hail Core right now in Leander. Y'all in Leander, Hail Core moving through Leander right now, moving southeast towards Cedar Park, Round Rock, Pflugerville. Y'all are going to be getting in on that over the next several minutes. And we'll see. The Weather Service will likely extend that severe weather warning a bit farther southeast here soon into Pflugerville, maybe down to Manor. So Leander, again, getting some hail right now, quarter size, maybe a little larger. That's moving down towards Cedar Park and Round Rock. The storm aloft is showing signs of intensifying again. In fact, what I'm going to do is y'all are going to get to see the magical view. We're going to press 3D. This may not be the best way to show you this, but, well, we'll try it. I'm going to try to show you a 3D representation of the hail core. And again, you can see we've got hail extending up to 40,000 feet here. A few minutes ago, you could see how the hail core wasn't really there. It was mostly falling out of the storm. Well, now you can see we've seen that hail core redevelop aloft, and now it's starting to fall down towards the surface. So with that, we do expect hail sizes to increase here a bit over the next 5 to 10 minutes. And we're already seeing pictures out of Leander of at least ping pong ball size hail near North Creek Ranch. And we got a new severe warning for this storm moving up into the Metroplex. So this is going to be a severe thunderstorm warning for Johnson, Tarrant counties mostly, a little bit of Dallas and Ellis counties. It's going to be a severe thunderstorm warning for a storm near Rio Vista and Blum moving north-northeast at about 35 to 40 miles an hour. So I'm going to draw a storm track on this. And I'm going to draw it just north of that. What, about 40? So Grandview about 9:02, Cleburne about 9:11, Keene 9:15, Alvarado 9:15 to 9:20, Venus 9:15 to 9:20, Joshua 9:20 to 9:25, Burleson about 9:30, Mansfield about 9:30, Lillian about 9:25. South Fort Worth, Interstate 20 at 35W, 9:40 to 9:45. Joe Pool Lake, about 9:35. Duncanville, about 9:40 to 9:45. South Grand Prairie, 9:35 to 9:40. Arlington, about 9:40 to 9:45. Dalworthington Gardens and Pantego, about 9:45. Let's just do Six Flags Over Texas, the ballpark, and Jerry World, about 9:50. East sides of Fort Worth, about 9:45 to 9:50. Potential for a quarter to ping pong ball size hail. Strong winds, heavy rain with lightning. All right, 9 p.m. We no longer have any tornado warnings. The tornado warning has been allowed to expire with this thunderstorm out in Navarro County. So we're back to severe thunderstorm warnings, as we expected to be for most of this evening. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing golf ball size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds is coming up to areas just southwest of Toole to Kearns and Highway 31, generally approaching Highway 31 and Highway 274 out here near Trinidad. This thunderstorm is showing a little bit of low-level rotation, low to mid-level rotation, but a lot of wind and heavy rain with this storm as it moves southeast at about 30 miles an hour. Those of you in Trinidad, heads up. Malakoff, same thing. Far south sides of Cedar Creek Reservoir. You're going to be getting in some hail over the next 15 minutes. After that, this storm is going to be moving down towards Crossroads. Crossroads by about 9:30 to 9:40 p.m. The potential for damaging winds and hail. All right, those of you watching us on Facebook and the Texas Storm Chasers YouTube channel. Actually, let's do this. Jason, you're listening. Keep the TSC YouTube on along with TWC. Those of you watching us on Facebook, where you've been streaming on YouTube since 6 p.m., we're going to keep on streaming on the Texas Storm Chasers and Texas Weather Center YouTube channels. But as Facebook is not really conducive for live streams for long durations, you're going to have to come over to YouTube to watch us. So if you want more weather coverage, head over to YouTube. Just search for Texas Storm Chasers. And we'll continue also live streaming on our website, texasstormchasers.com/live, and the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. To scan that QR code above my big bald head. And of course, you can type in texasweather.app in a web browser, or just search for Texas Storm Chasers where you download apps to your device. There, I gave you 3 different options. So, those of you on Facebook, thanks for watching. And again, we'll stream live on Facebook during tornado warnings, but otherwise, we're always live on YouTube. Check us out, and thanks for watching. YouTube, we'll keep on going with our severe weather coverage now. We've got a severe storm, again, moving towards Cleburne, Alvarado, Venus, Burleson, Mansfield, Arlington, Grand Prairie over the next 45 minutes or so, with the potential of quarter-size hail and damaging straight-line winds. That's this storm right here near Rio Vista and Grandview, moving northeast at 40 towards Cleburne, Alvarado, Venus, Lillian, Burleson, Mansfield, Arlington, Grand Prairie, Forest Hill, Dalworthington Gardens, Pantego, Duncanville, Joe Pool Lake. Thank you, Jason. And that, again, not a tornado threat, a heavy rain and hail threat. This storm near Kearns is actually looking more rambunctious with the hail core again. This is a very intense supercell capable of producing probably tennis ball size hail once again. Golf ball to tennis ball size hail, damaging straight line winds over 65 miles an hour. And we're also going to have to keep an eye out just in case it attempts to increase rotation again. I don't think that's particularly likely, but it's not impossible either. So we're going to have to watch carefully. But again, Trinidad, probably by about 9:15, the worst of the hail will be making it in your way. We've got multiple reports of up to golf ball size hail now in Leander, so let's go back to that storm. That's moving east-southeast. We do note that new storm trying to go up now southeast of Land Passes on 183. That may have some nickel size hail. Southeast of Land Passes by a good, 15 miles? And that's moving northeast towards the Fort, Harker Heights, and Killeen. If it continues, it may make it up there on Interstate... What is that? Interstate 14? I can never remember. Yeah, Interstate 14 and Highway 190 up here near Harker Heights, Killeen, Fort Hood, Copper's Cove. There could be some small hail with that. This storm over Leander dropping up to golf ball size hail now, moving towards Round Rock, Georgetown, especially south sides of Georgetown, along and south of Highway 29 towards Pflugerville, Hutto. This storm, again, has a history of producing golf ball size hail in Leander in the last 5 to 10 minutes and is moving southeast at 30 miles an hour with the potential of golf ball size hail. So enough to dent vehicles, maybe put some cracks in windows. And it continues to move southeast, in case you're wondering where we're getting those hail reports from. Well, here you go. North Creek Ranch in Leander, report of golf ball size hail back at 8:52 p.m. All right, extending northeast we go. Let's take a look at this severe storm near Kearns. Again, this storm's going to be moving southeast. Trinidad about 9:15. Malakoff, same time. After that, the worst of the storm will stay southwest of Athens. It's going to skirt by the Cedar Creek Reservoir, mostly the southwest, move southeast towards Cuyahoga and Crossroads, and eventually towards Montalba down here on Highway 19. Way downstream of that. But again, this has been one of these long track supercells. We've been tracking it ever since we went live back at 6 p.m. and it's 3 hours later. So what we're going to do real quick, since we've got a couple of minutes, I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to go blow my nose, and we're going to keep doing severe weather coverage here as we deal with 4 storms now, 3 of which are producing, golf ball size hail at least, moving northeast, except the one near Trinidad moving southeast. So we'll continue with severe weather coverage here in about 5 minutes. Right, good evening. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer, 9:15 to 9:16 p.m. Here on Friday, the 16th of May, 2025. We are monitoring at this point 3 severe thunderstorms across the state. One approaching Alvarado with golf ball to Easter egg size hail. That's up here in southern DFW, moving up into DFW. The storm's moving northeast, unlike the storms earlier that were moving southeast. We got a severe storm that is weakening now from Leander to Georgetown. That storm's starting to weaken pretty quickly, which is good, but it's still putting out maybe some nickel to quarter size hail and strong winds. We have an intense severe storm approaching Highway 31 from Currens to Trinidad. That storm could have golf ball to tennis ball size hail. That storm's moving southeast. So let's start off with south to north. This storm, I'm going to have to reset the radar real quick. Loading those high-res loops actually results in a memory leak. But let me try that again. So, we have this storm. Georgetown to Leander. Good news is it's weakening. Hail signature has come down quite a bit. Not before the damage was done, though. We had up to, at this point, we had golf ball size hail reported in Leander. A lot of folks had quarter size hail. Some ping pong balls to golf balls. All the way back to Bertram to Burnett, we had winds and up to golf ball size hail reported. That storm is moving east-southeast into Georgetown, Round Rock, and eventually Hutto, but hopefully it'll continue weakening. We are going to have to watch a new updraft trying to go up back west of Leander, though. That may perk up a little and put out some small hail back in Leander again soon. We'll keep an eye on it. Also watching this storm southeast of Land Passes. And that's going to be moving northeast towards Killeen, the Fort, Coppers Cove, and Harker Heights with some small hail. Up in DFW. Severe storm now north of Grandview. This one's going to be moving northeast towards Alvarado and Venus. That storm track's a little west of where I'd say it's moving. I'm going to draw my own storm track. They say at 33, I'll do that. Well, let's do this. Alvarado, about 9:25 to 9:30. Venus, about 9:25. Lillian, about 9:30. Midlothian, even though the hail will stay to your west, mostly about 9:25. Mansfield, about 9:35 to 9:40. Duncanville, about 9:45. Interstate 20 at 360, about 9:50. West sides of Joe Pool Lake, Lake Ridge Parkway, about 9:40. Six Flags, the ballpark, Jerry World, about 9:55 to 10 p.m. If this continues, south sides of DFW Airport, about 10:10 p.m. Irving, about 10:05. And that's with that storm moving northeast. All right, let's take a look at the storm west of Athens. Athens, you're not going to deal with this. This will stay to your west mostly. You may get some rain, some lightning, maybe a little bit of small hail, but the worst is off to your southwest. Malakoff, you're probably getting some hail. Trinidad, same story. This storm is moving southeast at about 25 to 30 miles per hour. It'll stay southwest of Athens as it continues to move southeast at about 25 to 30 miles an hour with the potential of golf ball to Easter egg size hail. It's going to be moving southeast towards Crossroads. Crossroads about 9:40 p.m. Probably stay just north of Cayuga. They're on Highway 287, but that'd be about 9:45 p.m. Eventually, this is going to be impacting parts of Highway 19 and 175 south and southeast of Athens. Poynor, about 10:15 to 10:20, and Montalba, about 10:20 p.m. If this continues, it could be an issue for places like Frankston to Jacksonville to Palestine. 10:45 p.m. Big if it makes it that far, but it might. And again, this thing probably is still producing golf ball to Easter egg size hail as it moves southeast at about 25 to 30 miles an hour. Well, it was bound to happen. The voice, the scary, allergenic voice. So, now that we got over that scary sound, good news is, Leander, your storm's weakening. Still, maybe some quarter-size hail in spots, but the hail size has really come down. With that, though, we may have some strong winds. Looks like a little microburst right now on Highway 29, west side of Georgetown. Radar's saying 30 to 40 mile an hour winds with that. Probably still have some small hail out here. I don't think we have golf balls anymore, but definitely the potential for some dime to nickel size hail. And then we have this activity from Grandview moving northeast, and then southwest of Athens moving southeast. All right. And I'm hoping we're not really going to see any more significant storm development tonight. So what we're going to do is we're going to take, now that we're calming down, well, you know what? Let's take a look at this. All right, let me take a look at some data here. All right. I will keep on going here. So again, we have 3 severe storms. Why is my girlfriend 9,000 miles away telling me to drink water? That's pretty funny. Having your live streams watched. All right. So, again, storm near Leander is weakening. That's good. That probably means we're starting to see the cap increase there in strength, which is squashing the storms. Though, we are now going to have to watch for outflow boundaries tomorrow. Again, storm north of Grandview. Let's talk about it. Covington, Rio Vista, you're clear. Cleburne, you're probably going to be fine. Hail staying to your east. Had a report of... Let me see if that report just came in. Just had a report of... from earlier. It's not going to be on this system yet, but it just came across. At 8:53 p.m., a National Weather Service employee photographed and documented with a ruler a 3-inch hailstone in Leander. So again, we had hail larger than baseballs fall a little earlier in Leander. Good news is that storm has really weakened considerably. So that's good. All right, I don't think that storm's moving as far east as that indicates. I think the storm is moving more like this, towards Mansfield. But storm moving northeast at about 40 could have quarter to maybe ping pong ball size hail. The hail core is coming down on this, thankfully, I believe, as well. But again, the potential for some quarter to maybe ping pong ball size hail north of Grandview, up moving towards Alvarado and Venus. This storm is moving northeast at about 30 to 40 towards Alvarado and Venus. Could get a quick round of quarter to maybe ping pong ball size hail, though hopefully hail sizes will likewise continue to decrease on this storm as well. Over the next several minutes, we may be finally starting to see the cap come in and squish these storms, most of them at least, as we lose daytime heating and that lid on the atmosphere reestablishes itself. Malakoff to Trinidad. This storm over y'all on Highway 31 continues to move southeast at about 30 miles an hour with the potential of some ping pong to golf ball size hail. Winds over 60 miles an hour. Worst of this, including hail, will stay southwest of Athens, but the storm itself will continue moving southeast down Highway 19, generally towards the Montalba area, and it may end up making it close to Brushy Creek and Palestine, probably staying southwest of Frankston over the next hour and a half. If it makes it that far southeast, it may not. It may, like these other storms, start to weaken. And real quick, I just want to take a look at we're going to load the high-res rapid refresh model for tonight, but I also want to take a look at what it's doing for tomorrow, because the Outlook data or the data for tomorrow should be in, and I just want to see what we're doing. So we're going to look, all of us together are going to look at this data, and you can see, for what it's worth, this is 3 a.m. You can see we're quiet. In fact, by midnight, you can see, well, you can see it's overdoing thunderstorm coverage now, but hopefully we'll be quiet by midnight and then quiet overnight. Let's go to 8 a.m., 10 a.m., and again, here's noon. Now, we're probably going to start seeing storms develop not long after noon tomorrow. You can see we start seeing a few storms in the Big Country and the Concho Valley by 1 p.m. tomorrow. And they form pretty quick and go severe with hail, strong winds. A little farther west than data was showing earlier. It was showing closer to DFW. This is suggesting we're out farther west tomorrow to start in the Big Country and the Concho Valley. Here is 4 p.m. You can see a nasty line of storms extending from near Lawn, Oklahoma to Mineral Wells, Texas, Wichita Falls down to Brownwood, and then a few isolated storms down the Edwards Plateau. This is 4 p.m. This would be moving east-northeast. You can see moving into DFW at 5 p.m. Nasty line of storms with hail, strong winds, heavy rain. Maybe a bit of a tornado risk, and then extending back southwest towards San Angelo, 6 p.m., 7 p.m., and you can see we actually have additional storms fire up behind that cluster. Those would be a hail risk, moving probably northeast up 377 and 67, meaning DFW get another round of storms tomorrow evening, and then we have a cluster continue into the late evening across East Texas, and even some storms maybe into Sunday morning with a hail threat. So we're just looking at this together. And we're continuing into Sunday. You can see if this is right, we might have some storms, again, Sunday afternoon and evening. But again, I'll load a loop here just to show you what this is showing. Let that data load. Here you go. You can see this suggests we're going to have a pretty busy day tomorrow with a couple clusters of severe storms capable of producing large hail, damaging winds, maybe a few tornadoes, and heavy rainfall with the threat of some flooding. So, yeah, we're going to be back tomorrow with definitely more severe weather coverage and probably dealing with some more storm issues with heavy rain, flooding, and damaging winds. So that lines up well with the severe weather outlook for tomorrow from the Storm Prediction Center, which is what you're looking at right now. We'll get an updated one of these around 1 a.m. tonight, and we'll get that on social media. Here's the tornado risk for tomorrow, and again, we'll get an update on that as well. Here's what the radar looks like at the moment across the great state of Texas. And again, we're starting to lose some of these thunderstorms. The storms down in the Hill Country, Central Texas, are rapidly weakening. Now, we do note a few new storms firing up. Northern portions of Burnett County, storm south of Lampasas, may be starting to produce some nickel-sized hail. We'll keep an eye on that. And then we've got this long track supercell all the way back from Granbury area. I'm going to load this loop even out so we could show you that. Again, you can see that storm fired up near Granbury and has made its way across southern North Texas. See, this storm started and went whoop, whoop, whoop. Yeah, I got a little ahead of it with the line, but you can see long track supercell. And now that storm continues. I do think we're going to get a new severe thunderstorm warning in a minute for that storm in southeastern portions of Lampasas County, northern Burnett County, moving towards Kempner and Copperas Cove. We'll take a look in a minute. The storm near Alvarado and Venus is rapidly weakening now. Hail sizes are coming down on that. That was another long track supercell. That started out west of Killeen and has made its way all the way up northeast. You can see it is shrinking and the hail core is decreasing quickly. And then we're continuing to monitor the storm near Malakoff, and it's actually starting to intensify again with a hail core. So let's take another look at that. Switch back to the high-res radar. And again, this storm is now southeast of Trinidad. Trinidad, you're clear. Malakoff, you'll be clear at about 9:40. Cedar Creek Reservoir, you're clear, though there still may be some lightning threat to the reservoir through at least 10 p.m. Those of you, Gun Barrel City, Tool, Eustis, you're clear. You're going to have storms tomorrow evening, though, so be aware of that tomorrow afternoon and evening. Those of you southwest of Athens, this storm's moving southeast. Crossroads, you're under threat from that. And this storm's going to be moving southeast towards Highway 19. South of Athens, north of Palestine. And again, could have some quarter to ping pong ball size hail with that. I think the hail sizes have really come down with that, thankfully. And you can see we did just get a severe thunderstorm warning issued for this thunderstorm out here in northern Burnett County / southern Lampasas County. And that storm is going to be tracking off to the east, east-northeast. I think it's probably going to be moving more like this towards areas just south of Copperas Cove and Killeen. So, plan of attack, we'll be back here at 9:45 with your next severe weather update. Sooner, if necessary, we're going to let the radar play and the music go, and we'll keep you updated as we continue to progress and track thunderstorms across Texas. So again, back at 9:45 p.m., sooner if necessary, with your next Texas severe weather update. We'll be in the YouTube chat, so say hi. ladies and gentlemen. Good evening. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer, coming up now to 9:45 p.m. here on Friday the 16th of May, 2025. About to sneeze. Bad timing on the sneeze. Maybe we'll get through it without sneezing. I really don't like this. All right, so let's talk about what we have going on. We've got a couple of thunderstorms ongoing. We're losing several storms, but we're also starting to see a few new storms develop in the hill country in central Texas. We're going to talk about all of them. Let's start with this storm up here in North Texas. We'll switch back over to the high-res radar. Or we're going to crash the program and then reload the high-res radar. And we'll start off down here in central Texas. Storms around Round Rock, Georgetown, those have weakened considerably. They haven't completely dissipated, but we've really lost the indications of the hail core, which is good because this storm actually a bit earlier did produce a, if I can find the report out here, a 3-inch hailstone that's larger than the size of baseballs. It was measured with a ruler back in Leander at 8:53 p.m. You can see that storm originated out near Burnett County. Now, what we do have now are new severe storms that have developed southeast of Land Passes, just southwest of Copperas Cove, near Kempner. These storms, not tornadic, are capable of producing quarter to maybe some golf ball size hail as they move off to the east, east-northeast at about 30 miles an hour. They may approach Harker Heights, Killeen, over the next hour. If they continue, they may make it to Salado and Belton. We'll see. Up here in southern DFW, these storms have generally weakened, but are still capable of producing some small hail, cloud-to-ground lightning, heavy rain, and gusty winds. They're generally moving northeast at about 45 miles an hour. We'll keep an eye on it. And then this storm, well southeast of Malakoff and Trinidad now, moving southeast towards Frankston, still has the potential for some quarter and $half size hail. I was going to sign us off here for the night to get ready for tomorrow's storm threat, but given the fact we have some new storms that have developed down here near the Killeen area, we're going to go ahead. We'll stay live. My radar really just hard crashed. And we're going to come back here with our next update at 10 p.m. So until then, we'll keep an eye on the sky, and we'll let you know if we have any more significant issues arise. Until then, we'll see you back here in about 10 minutes or so. Hey, look, audio. It's helpful when it works. All right, it's 10 p.m. here on the 16th of May, 2025. Things are starting to calm down. We still definitely have a few storms creating a ruckus. We've got a storm rapidly weakening now northwest of Brushy Creek, southeast of Malakoff and Trinidad, where tennis ball size hail was reported earlier. That storm moving towards Jacksonville is rapidly weakening now, which is good. That's been a long track supercell. We have a storm near Ferris starting to show a little bit of an uptick. It might have nickel to maybe quarter-size hail. That's quickly moving northeast towards Crandall, Tulty, Terrell. And then we've got storms now southwest of Killeen. Those are moving northeast with the potential for maybe some hail with that, but overall those are also weakening. And then the storms over Georgetown and Round Rock are gone. Adios, home as well. Beaters saying goodbye. They evaporated. The cap or the little of the atmosphere came in and squished them. So, with that being said, we're going to go ahead, hopefully, outside of the ongoing storms, we're going to have a mostly calm night still. A couple storms are going to keep producing hail over the next few hours, and we'll keep an eye on things, but we're going to go ahead and start getting ready for our next threat of severe weather heading into Saturday with the potential of severe thunderstorms across parts of the Edwards Plateau, Concho Valley, Big Country, North Texas, Central Texas, Texoma, Northeast Texas, and the Arklatex, with the threat of baseball, softball size hail, damaging winds of 70 to 80 miles an hour, and the potential for a few tornadoes out of the most intense storms on Saturday, beginning as soon as noon in the Concho Valley, Big Country, Northwest Texas, and continuing into the evening hours as storms move off to the east-northeast. Multiple rounds of storms, too, possible. So, we're expecting another busy afternoon, evening. DFW, you're probably going to be dealing with storms. Same for Texoma, Northeast Texas, so keep an eye on the sky tomorrow. We'll be back with a Texas Weather Roundup forecast video bright and early tomorrow morning. And we're going to keep our live stream 24/7 radar going throughout the night into tomorrow to keep you updated on the latest Texas weather information. Watching us here on YouTube, thanks for joining in. You're going to get redirected now to our live 24/7 radar stream with amazing music, live weather radar, and of course, audible weather warnings and storm reports. So, we'll see y'all again tomorrow. We will be doing live coverage, I suspect, by 2 p.m. tomorrow. Keep an eye out for the scheduled video notification, and once we're live, we'll have that on our website, TexasStormChasers.com, TexasStormChasers.com/live, and in the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. So we'll see you here again shortly. Y'all have an amazing rest of your night. We'll keep an eye on things and have updates on the social media, and hope you'll join us tomorrow as we endeavor on yet another day of severe weather coverage. Have a absolutely spectacular rest of your night, and God bless.